Okay, there we go. That would be better. There's a red button that you need to push if you want to activate your microphone. Yes? Well, we'll just pause a moment before we start our meeting because I think there is a commissioner here. Oh, Ms. Giggins, Patty Giggins. She'll be here in a moment. In fact, I think while we're waiting for Patty, I probably could say good morning to everybody and welcome all of you to this meeting of the Civilian Oversight Commission for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. By the way, I don't usually start off meetings talking about restrooms, but as it was raised at our last meeting, I'm told that if somebody needs to use the restroom, unfortunately, these two restrooms outside, just outside the hearing room here, are locked. But somebody has the key to the restrooms. It looks like, all right, there, way in the back. Is that Starlet that has the keys? Okay, you're so far away, Starlet, I can barely, okay, see you. Okay, so Starlet back there will have the keys to the restroom if anybody should need to use the facilities. I might also note though, and we didn't note this at our last hearing, but there are two restrooms out here, but there's also another restroom. If you just go inside the building, walk down the hallway to the left is a women's restroom. And then if you go down the escalator, there's another public restroom. It's a unisex restroom. So that's the restroom situation. Good to have that out of the way. Before we proceed, let me stress that all attendees at the commission meetings are expected to follow our code of conduct. And as a reminder, the key features of that code are, first of all, everybody is to be respectful of others and refrain from profane, personal or threatening, derogatory or demeaning or abusive language. Second, be respectful of the views of others that are expressed by others, even if you disagree with them. That includes speakers, staff, the commission members, and panelists. Third, no one is permitted to disrupt the orderly conduct of the commission's meeting, and any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the meeting. We also ask that speakers cease speaking when the time has ended, and that public comments relate to the agenda item or items that are being discussed. In other words, that it relate to, if there's a specific agenda item that comments about it, relate to that agenda item and not other matters. Non-agenda or general public comment is provided, and it will be heard toward the end of this commission meeting. Public comment does not include the right to engage in dialogue or debate with the commission or anyone else present. The commission staff will now explain the procedures for making public comments. Ms. Jordan, I think you're going to begin that and then we'll translate them into Spanish.
Thank you, Chair Bonner. Those individuals wishing to speak in person, please turn in your public comment card. Here you see a sign at the front for your public comment card. Those attending the meeting remotely via WebEx, please raise your hand. If you are on the phone, please press *3. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to comment on specific agenda items. Those individuals must cease speaking once their allotted time expires. General public comment must be limited to the topic within the commission's jurisdiction and will be heard near the end of the meeting. Please be respectful of the views expressed here. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts this meeting is subject to being removed. I will turn to my colleague, Robert, to explain this in Spanish.
Buenos días. Le damos la bienvenida a esta reunión a miembros de la comunidad quienes prefieren hacer sus comentarios en español. Le daremos 2 minutos y podemos proveer traducción al inglés. Simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar sus comentarios y le diremos cómo proceder. Gracias.
Okay, let me welcome Commissioner Irma Cooper. So we have not just a quorum, but a quorum plus here to the meeting. And I apparently neglected to say that the meeting is called to order. So with that, Ms. Jordan, I'd ask you to call the roll of the commissioners.
Chair
Present.
Chair Bonner,
Present.
Commissioner Callaway,
I don't believe he's here yet.
Commissioner Cooper, Commissioner Garcia,
Present.
Commissioner Giggins, Commissioner Harris,
Here.
Commissioner Hicks, Commissioner Johnson.
And I don't believe that Commissioner Johnson is going to be able to attend the meeting. I think he may be back east. I'm not sure, but he's not going to be able to attend, as I understand it. Now we're going to turn to item 4 on the agenda, which is the consent calendar, and it only consists of the approval of the April 17th, 2025 minutes of our last meeting, our April meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move.
Second? Moved and seconded. All those, I'm going to take a voice vote on this. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. There are no nays. Any abstentions? Are you opposing the minutes? Are you opposing the, we're voting on it right now, Patty. Are you an aye or a nay or an abstention?
Mr. Roberts allows
By the way, I couldn't quite hear you. You need your mic.
That's correct.
Well, I think that's probably true. Okay, so.
That's all. So I'll abstain.
So it's an
Yeah.
abstention. So we have, how many, what's the total here? I don't know, Tracy, and one abstention. How many ayes?
We have 5 ayes, 1 abstention.
Okay, the motion carries. Do we have any family impact remarks today?
Each family is allotted up to 2 minutes at their discretion for the family impact
Well,
remarks,
no,
but we
my-
do not have
Ms.
any.
Jordan, my question is just, do we have any family impact remarks?
We do not have any
Okay,
family
Thank
impact
you.
remarks
Thank you for
today.
that. Okay, we're going to move to item 6 on the agenda, which is new business. And now I'd like to ask former Chair, former Commissioner Sean Kennedy to step up to the lectern, if you would, sir. And you know, in federal court, we call that a lectern, not a podium.
I'm familiar with that.
Let me just say, we have a chance to honor now a former commissioner, Sean Kennedy. And Sean Kennedy is one of the originals. He, like me and Patty Giggins and J.P. Harris, were sworn in as part of the first 9 commissioners for the Civilian Oversight Commission back in December 2016, over 8 years ago. He served as our immediate past chair of this commission. And I can say without any fear of contradiction that Sean Kennedy was the most diligent and most productive commissioner to have served on this commission, at least so far. Among his many accomplishments, Sean Kennedy, Commissioner Kennedy, spearheaded the commission's investigation into deputy gangs and cliques, using 7 special Oversight Commission hearings and using COC Measure R subpoena power to assure attendance of witnesses, some of whom, by the way, were reluctant to testify. Despite some, including the former sheriff, who denied that deputy gangs exist within the department, Commissioner Kennedy, through these Oversight Commission hearings, proved that they do exist and that they have a devastating impact on the public and the other department deputies who are excluded from these unauthorized, exclusionary, and secretive subgroups called, among other things, the executioners, the banditos, the rattlesnakes, the regulators, and I could go on. And that they cost the county tens of millions of dollars in settlements every year because they have not yet been eradicated. The Civilian Oversight Commission special hearings also showed, or at least there's circumstantial evidence that they showed, that the former sheriff ordered that the banditos' role in the Kennedy Hall incident not be investigated. We have Commissioner Kennedy to thank for bringing that evidence forward. Sean Kennedy more recently functioned as the COC's special counsel, and he exposed the former sheriff's intimidation unit for what it was, a unit to go after those who criticized or had an oversight role over the sheriff's department. And it's what turned out to be Sean's final act. He drafted and filed an amicus brief that was authorized by this commission in the California Court of Appeals. Already, we miss you, Sean, on our commission. We, this commission and this community, owe Commissioner Kennedy a lot. So Sean, on behalf of a grateful commission, I would like you to come up here and accept this plaque. I know you were in it for plaques, but we do have a plaque to present to you in recognition and in our gratitude for the service that you provided to this commission. We were looking for a gavel. Sean, on behalf of the commission, all the commissioners, present and former, I'm pleased to present this to you. It says, thank you for your exceptional leadership, commitment, and years of dedication as commissioner for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Division. And I believe it might have the correct date for your resignation from this commission, February 18th, 2025. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Your verbatim photo
There you
opportunity
go.
here.
Something for a photo. Stand by.
Photo op. Wait a minute, let me take my glasses off. Okay. Now, in a moment,
That's good.
oh,
That's good.
then when the photo op is over. Oh, of course, hey, this guy knows how to do it.
Okay, that's all I get.
Okay, let's get all the commissioners gathered around.
Wait until I do this.
Well, we're doing this first and then we'll do that. We're doing our presentation to Sean, then we'll give you the county board of supervisors.
There we go.
Okay, does everybody want to get, can you get everybody in here?
Okay, we're all friends here.
I mean, that.
You're a big part.
Thank
And
Thank you so much.
we have something from the county here, but before I get to that, let me speak into the mic. Before I get to that, it occurs to me that, you know, Sean, for a variety of reasons, excuse me, we're in session here. Sean, for a variety of reasons, never got to say sort of a last or final word to the commission and frankly to the public about his thoughts about the commission and the commission going forward. So I thought it might be an opportunity, Sean, just for you to, if you'd like, to say a few words here. And I'm gonna give you, if you'd like, well, this is your old chair, so we're gonna give it right to you. Sit down.
They want to go to your head.
you.
Hit the button there, because it goes red.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's on.
Wow, it's really nice to be back here with all of you. It feels like a moment. So last time I was at this commission meeting, I had been authorized by you to file an amicus brief on behalf of the sheriff's former constitutional policing advisor who is being prosecuted for making for trying to ensure Brady notifications were being made to advise accused people of deputies testifying in their criminal trials might have misconduct. And of course, we all know that ignited a firestorm of controversy. The county council ordered me not to file that brief, but my commitment is to this body and the people that this body represent, the impacted families. So I could not follow that order. It was followed by a threat by the county council, to report to the court that I was engaged in misrepresentations to the court by filing that brief. I respectfully disagree that I was doing anything wrong, but I felt that my ability to be effective as a commissioner had ended. I did not follow the county council's order. I filed the brief and I resigned, and I didn't get to talk to you about all of that. And I just wanted to tell you that it had nothing to do with the great work of this commission and all of you who I just admire so greatly. It had to do with the fact that I felt it was impossible for me to continue on after blatantly violating the county council's order, which in my opinion should never have been made. I want to thank everyone here, the commissioners who put up with me for almost 9 years. I greatly appreciate you allowing me to pursue my passions for police reform. And you also inspired me to keep going with the series of hearings on deputy gangs. And to our staff, our great executive director, and all the staff who make all the commissioners look good up here. I got to tell you, it feels really nice to be back in the audience, not in a suit and tie, but with the impacted families. But up here is hard, and our staff really make us look good. So Charmaine and Bakila and everyone, I just want to say thank you. I also want to thank the families and activists and organizers who show up here day in, day out. I am now amongst your ranks, and I got to say I am proud to be amongst your ranks because the people who have suffered unconstitutional policing or even lost their loved ones, for them to come here and keep fighting for reform, it really means something to me, and I'm pretty sure it means something to every single commissioner up here. You are the reason we do this work. In conclusion, Rob said, going forward, I thought about this on the subway here, and what I would say humbly, because you all know what you're doing, is this: the sheriffs and really all the police in our society, they arrest and detain people and use force against people, and sadly even kill people with our permission in all of our names. And so in light of that fact, and also the enormous amount of public funding that goes into the department, it is appropriate that the public should ask the hard questions and get real answers to those hard questions. You know, it's really appropriate what is happening here. And what is happening here is being thwarted so many times by the various arms of the county government, the county council, the CEO, the Office of Constitutional Policing, risk management, all the different arms of even the Board of Supervisors, I have to say. And you are all strong people, and you took this job for a reason. And so I know that you will keep fighting for the independence of this body to ask the hard questions and get the answers, because that is the only way meaningful police reform occurs. From volunteers, not beholden to the county, who are focused on the people who need us to be their focus, talking to them, listening to them, and then engaging with our colleagues on the department, and they are very much, in my opinion, our colleagues, and really trying to effectuate 21st century policing principles. And that will only happen if this body guards its independence and refuses to let all of these different arms of county government hide the information that we need to know what is going on in all of our names with our permission. And so I don't need to tell you this. The people in this room, they already know it, but it's super hard sometimes. And just know that I'm going to be out there in the audience cheering you on with Dignity, Power Now, and all the other groups, because you are our only chance for true, meaningful police reform. And you just have to stick with it, even though I know right now times are really hard. I hope the Board of Supervisors will pass the new ordinance. I hope the state legislature will pass the new law. And again, where are those coming from? Those are coming from right here, because you are doing the right thing, even when you're under attack, as I know you are many times. And I just want to say, to be here with you and get this plaque from you, it really, I don't know what to say. It really does feel like a moment. And I appreciate you all. And thank you for this. It's a true honor.
Now, don't go away, Sean, because we also have a scroll from the Board of Supervisors that has been specially, with some special calligraphy, has been made for you. And I'm going to ask our Executive Director, Ms. Mosley, to present the scroll from the County Board of Supervisors to you at this point.
Thank you, Chair Bonner. And, Sean, it's been difficult past few months with you departing this commission, but I do know that you will never depart this commission. You'll remain connected and out in the community and pushing for true civilian oversight. So I thank you for that. On behalf of the County of Los Angeles Board of Supervisors, I would like to present this beautiful scroll to you. It is handmade. I wish I had one, and I'm going to read it.
You have to be here a little bit longer for me.
A little bit longer than a year and a half. It says, in recognition of dedicated service to the affairs of the community and for the civic pride demonstrated by numerous contributions for the benefit of all the residents of Los Angeles County, March 20th, 2025, and it is signed by all of the supervisors. So I would like to present this to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
There's no official photographer from the Board of Supervisors apparently. We'll get a photo.
We're good. We're getting it.
No, I think we're good.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
everyone. Thank you, Sean. I really appreciate this too. Thank you.
Could you stay around just a moment? I have a question I want to ask you.
Yes.
I don't want to preclude, I mean, I want to move on with the meeting, but I don't want to preclude anybody here that would like to make, particularly any commissioners, and all of us have served with Commissioner Kennedy, for making any remarks they would like to make before we move on. Patty, if you bend that microphone down in front of you and then turn on the red button.
It's been one of the honors of my life, which is a long life now, to serve on this commission with you, Sean. What are we, 8, 9 years now? I call us the legacy commissioners. And we launched this entire project. Those of us who were there with the original group. And it's amazing that we're still at it. It's wonderful that we're still at it because it was very, very heavy lifting. Not that it's so easy now, but certainly starting something brand new was quite enormous. And your participation and then your leadership your leadership in some of the ad hocs, and then as chair. I know we made you stay in chair even after you were exhausted. We all have so much appreciation to you. And I just want to say that you have benefited my life personally and professionally and as a community person in Los Angeles. And you and I both share a commitment to violence prevention, which I treasure the sharing of that value with you. And I just want to say that you are a loyal friend, you're a man of integrity, you're a loyal colleague, you're loyal to the law, you're loyal to the truth, and you're loyal to justice, and we follow you in that. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, Patty. Yeah, it's Commissioner Hicks.
Thank you, Chair Bonner. Professor Kennedy, even though I never directly took your class at Loyola, the impact that you had on me from starting at the Burn Trial Ad Team to ultimately wanting to be a federal public defender because of you. My path didn't go quite that route, but I'm hopeful I'm still doing the work that you wanted us to do and continue to do that work. But on behalf of Loyola Law School and all the students that you continue to impact, we love you. We appreciate you. You are a legal legend and a giant, and it's on your shoulders that we stand. Professor Kennedy, we appreciate you.
Here for that. Anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Cooper.
Yes, Chair Kennedy. I just want to say thank you. It was a blessing to be under your leadership and to learn about the commission and what the commission does. And I just really appreciate the time that I was able to spend with you. Even though it was difficult, you always made me laugh to continue the work. So thank you so much for your leadership.
Yeah.
Chair Kennedy, thank you for your years of service to the commission as a double Loyola Marymount alum. It's been a pleasure to learn from you in your role as chair and learning, how to ask the hard questions, for transparency and 21st century policing. So thank you, and look forward to your continued advocacy. So, thank you.
Commissioner Harris.
Say, the last time I spoke about Sean Kennedy, it was a more somber occasion. It was more like a wake, in that we were all bemoaning the fact that you had resigned, and we still bemoan that fact today. But today is more of a celebratory nature. We applaud everything you've done for this commission. And I know you will continue to do. Your spirit is still with us, even though you may not be here physically. And I know that many of us do know how to get a hold of you and appreciate your wise counsel on many, many issues. But I just want to personally thank you so much for all of your years of service to this commission and all of the residents of Los Angeles County and all the members of the LA Sheriff's Department, because they're also a constituency and you have everyone's best interest at heart, even when you have to tell the hard truth to folks that don't maybe really want to hear it. But I think they also recognize that sometimes they have to hear it so there can be effective oversight and positive change. So thank you for everything you've done and will continue to do.
Thank you, everybody. Sean, could you step to the lectern just for a moment? Because you're here and you may not want to stay for the entire meeting. You no longer have to. But I just wanted the full commission to know that that Commissioner Kennedy has agreed and is using a team of law students to actually work up from the federal court records 3 case studies, 3 cases that were prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office that resulted in convictions of deputy sheriffs for use of unconstitutional force. These involved the Trevor Kirk case. They involved the case that involved there's a gentleman by the name of Allegro, but this is the guy that was thrown in the back seat of a patrol car for criticizing a deputy for what he thought was harassing some teenagers. And then there's a third case that involves Emmett Brock, where apparently maybe there was or maybe there wasn't an obscene gesture, but where a deputy sheriff then followed Mr. Brock and illegally pulled him over. There's no just more probable cause to arrest him for anything and beat Mr. Brock. All three of those deputies have been convicted in federal court. They've been convicted in federal court based upon evidence that was put together by the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office. But we've discussed it, and I asked you if you would be able to put this together, all three cases with videos and totally a presentation that will explain those three cases and the commonality of those three cases in terms of the unconstitutional use of force by deputy sheriffs, and then we will see if there's a pattern to that. But are you committed to doing that? And that's number one. And two, could you be ready to present it at a special hearing on the end of this month? The end of next month, June.
Yes. Yes, I can. I am committed, and we'll be ready on the assigned date.
Yeah. Okay. I wanted the full commission, the ad hoc committee on use of forces discuss this, but I wanted the full commission to know that you're committed to putting together a presentation for this commission on those three cases, and we'll be prepared to do so. I think June 26th is the date we're going to be shooting for.
Yes.
Thank you for doing that, by the way. That's important, and it shows that you're not forgetting us, Sean. Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Please feel free to just attend the rest of the meeting, but whatever, you may have classes to teach and that sort of thing. You don't have to.
I have a lot of crim procedure exams to go grade, so I will.
Well, can't Jim Owen help with that?
Thank you so much. It was really nice to be back today and be here with you.
Thank you. Let's go to the item 7 on the agenda, which is the chair's report. And I'm glad to be able to report, first of all, that we're making progress on the commission's proposed revisions to the ordinance and getting those proposed revisions to
Chair Bonner.
3.79 to the code.
Chair Bonner, I just wanted to note we did not have any public comments on this.
Thank you. There was so the proposed revisions on April 30th, I can report the supervisors, justice deputies, public safety cluster meeting was held. And the executive director, Ms. Mosley, and I had a chance to present and discuss the reasons behind the COC's proposed revisions to 3.79 and why they were needed, why they're needed if we're going to be able to perform truly effective oversight of the Sheriff's Department. The type of oversight, as former Chair Kennedy just noted, the type of oversight that the public, and I believe the board, expects us to provide. I won't walk through all of the proposed recommendations because you know them. They are set forth in the Executive Officer Yen's letter to the board, which is attached to this agenda. I have to report one development, however, and that is at the JD cluster meeting, County Council proposed a revision to section 3.79.100 that would restrict the commission from going into closed session except for very two limited purposes: attorney-client privilege discussions and evaluation of the executive director's performance. If the board adopts the county council's version of 0.100, this commission will not be able to go into closed session to receive confidential sheriff's department reports in closed session. In other words, our subpoena power would be rendered virtually meaningless. As you know, the commission has proposed its own revisions to 0.100 that would permit the commission to go into closed session for any purpose permitted by the Brown Act. This will allow the court, not county council, to decide whether we can go into closed session to receive confidential sheriff's department documents under our commission subpoenas. Indeed, this very issue is raised by the declaratory relief action that Sheriff Luna has filed. It's Luna versus the Civilian Oversight Commission, and it was filed last month. The third attachment, and I invite everybody to read it because that's the most important one. The third attachment to the agenda item here is a side-by-side comparison of the commission's language with county council's language with respect to 0.100. Let me also note in part of the report on getting our revisions adopted by the Board of Supervisors, Sheriff Luna has requested an opportunity to address the JD cluster hearing, but he could not attend the April 30 meeting. So consequently, there will be another JD cluster meeting next week on May 21st. People interested should either be there in person or virtually, but it's up to you. After that, we hope that the revisions will go forward to the Board of Supervisors, possibly as early as their June 10th meeting. That's my report on the revisions to 3.79, and I'll pause there for a moment just to ask the commissioners whether they have any questions or anything they want to observe before I move to the chair's report on Assembly Bill 847. Any questions or comments? Okay. I see none. I do want to note for the record, though, that Commissioner Callaway has joined the commission, has joined the hearing. Thank you, Arthur. All right, so let me give you a very brief report on Assembly Bill 847, which a bill which, if it passes the Assembly and the Senate, would make clear that the Sheriff's Oversight Commission, such as ours, would be able to subpoena confidential documents and receive them in closed session, specifically included in the language of the AB 847. On April 29th, Commissioner Callaway and I traveled to Sacramento and we testified before the Assembly Public Safety Committee in support of AB 847. And I'm pleased to report that that bill later that afternoon was favorably reported out of the Assembly Public Safety Committee and is due to be called up to the Assembly floor for vote sometime probably by the end of May. It's a little unclear. It's going to have to be by early June. Anything you wanted to add to that, Arthur, before I ask if there are questions from the commission? Any questions from the commission on the progress of AB 847? Okay. The third item is the chair's report on subpoena enforcement. That's item 7A3. It regards the status of the commission's action to enforce the 3 subpoenas that were, as all the commissioners know, we issued 3 subpoenas for documents. They required personal appearance from a custodian of records of the Sheriff's Department. Nobody showed up on March 20th, which was the return date on the subpoena. And but later that afternoon, in case all of the commissioners are not aware, later that afternoon, somebody from the Sheriff's Department delivered a thumb drive to a member of the commission staff at our commission offices with some documents on it. First of all, one of the subpoenas was for the Brock initial force report. We limited it to the initial force report. No documents whatsoever were provided relating to the Brock initial force report. The second subpoena involved the Perez matter, and I've reviewed the thumb drive, and I can report to you that a very significant portion of the Perez force report has been redacted. In fact, they gave us the same force report they gave us a couple of years ago. It's the Public Record Act. We asked for a complete unredacted in our subpoena, complete unredacted Perez report. We got the same redacted report, which significantly excludes the most important part of the report, and that is the evaluation as to why there was that this wasn't turned over as an internal affairs investigation, why there was no discipline, and the like. That's the very thing that our Oversight Commission needs to look at so we can be satisfied that the absence of action by the Sheriff's Department was justified. So that part's been redacted. So we'll be seeking that in our court action. And the third subpoena relates to the Andres Guardado killing. We all remember the Guardado case, or I hope we do. But that report is very disturbing. It's a 600-page, roughly, Homicide Bureau investigation report. I reviewed it. 130 pages of that report are redacted. They're blank. 20% of the report's been redacted. And more importantly, The part that's been redacted, a 60-page supplemental report, appears to be the very thing that this commission wanted to make sure that the sheriff's department investigated. And that was the allegation that the deputy who shot Andres Guardado 5 times in the back, that deputy was chasing ink, that deputy wanted to be an executioner, a member of a deputy gang. That would certainly reflect on his motive and possible credibility with respect to what he told the internal affairs investigators. Technically, this is the Homicide Bureau investigators. And that's just redacted from the report. That's just not acceptable. And so we're going to court and we're going to seek to enforce and get those documents for the subpoena for this commission. And we're going to need to be able to do that. We're going to need to be able to go into closed session and not be blocked by county council from doing that. Oh, the one other thing in reporting on this. So, what's the status? I did talk to Harv Anand, who is our counsel. You met him at the last meeting. Mr. Anand, by the way, has worked on many of our subpoenas, including our subpoena of the former Sheriff Villanueva and so forth. So he's quite experienced. But he told me that he's drafted the action. He's submitted it to county council just 2 days ago. And we're hopeful that county council advises that it's going to take at least 2 weeks for them to review it. Jamon and I and executive director are part of a litigation steering group here, so we'll review it, but we'll get it turned around within 24 hours. County council apparently is going to take 2 weeks to review it, but we're hopeful that within 2 weeks, before the end of May, that we will have an action for an order to show cause to the sheriff as to why he should not provide the complete documents that this commission had requested under its Measure R subpoena authority. So that's, by the way, I see Mr. Diaz, Jason Diaz there. Am I correct that can't county council review this and so we can get it filed in less than 2 weeks? Or what is the estimate?
Well, I'll defer to Mr. Anand on what the deadline is or the anticipated timeline is to file it. But yes, if we do review it, we will review it as soon as possible.
Well, our timeline is next Monday, okay? I mean, that's when we want it filed. And that means somebody has to review it at county council. We have to get together ourselves with Mr. Anand, make sure that it's making the arguments that we believe are the best arguments for the commission to enforce its subpoena power. So that would be our request, but please do it if at all possible. We'd like to have this filed by next week. Okay, in addition to my report on that, there is a declaratory relief action, and apparently Mr. Anand has gotten us an extension of time, so we're not in default. He's gotten us an extension of time to essentially answer and respond to the declaratory relief action that the sheriff has filed against the Oversight Commission. So I anticipate, by the way, that both the enforcement action and our response to the declaratory relief action would probably be filed simultaneously. But we want to get, if it's going to delay things, we'll get the first one that's ready filed. Okay, so let me pause there and just ask whether any of the commissioners have any questions or comments they want to make with respect to the efforts of the chair and the executive director and Commissioner Hicks to get the enforcement action filed. Apparently not. All right, Chair's report number 4. This is item 4A4, and this is ALADS has filed a Public Record Act request for the recording of our March 20 closed session. And County Council has assigned Mr. Diaz Noro, but what's Noro's last name? Pardon? I just can't hear you from Sarabian? Okay. Anyway, he's been assigned, he's experienced in Public Record Act request, and he has requested an extension of time to respond. I anticipate, by the way, I don't anticipate that this commission is going to turn over that recording to the public, to the sheriff, to ALADS. And that will mean ALADS, in all probability, will file a suit under the Public Record Act to compel us to turn over the recording of our closed session. But All of this is somewhat speculative at this time, so let me move on to the last item of my report, and that is the venue for the commission's meetings. Let me just say, I've taken my own informal survey of the commission. Each of the commissioners have expressed their views to me, and it's clear to me that the consensus of this commission is that we should hold our future meetings at St. Anne's Conference Center or conference room. And so I'm going to direct the executive director that our next meeting in June will be at St. Anne's, and further that all the rest of the meetings, regular meetings for the calendar year 2025 will be at St. Anne's. The possible exception will be special hearings, because I'm going to try to use this very room here for their special hearing that we hope to have on at the end of June of next month. So I don't think we need to vote on it. It's unanimous. The chair listens to the commissioners, and when there's an overwhelming number of them that think that St. Anne's is the preferable place for our meetings, it's fine with me. So I'm voting. If we put it to a vote, it would be unanimous. I don't think we need to put it to a vote or even have a discussion. So that's the chair's report. I'm going to turn it over to the executive director, Charmaine Mosley, for the executive director's report.
Thank you, Chair Bonner. I have a mighty long report, so I'll try to make it short. I have 6 items to update on. The first item is training. As mentioned at our meeting last month, we do have an issue with commissioners' access to complete the county mandatory trainings, and that continues. Chair Bonner raised the question of why volunteer commissioners are required to go through county mandatory trainings, and per the commission's handbook, there is a section titled Compliance with County Policies and Applicable Laws that states that commission members shall familiarize themselves with county policies and shall at all times fully comply with all of the county's policies governing the workplace, including the county policy of equity. And before they commence their duties, commission members must sign a county policy of equity acknowledgement form stating that they will abide by the county policy of equity. Commission members shall also become familiar with and comply with all applicable California and federal laws, including but not limited to the Brown Act and the Peace Officer Bill of Rights. Furthermore, the Commission's ordinance and bylaws mentions the adopted rules pursuant to authorities in 3.79 of the Commission's ordinance and handbook. There are state and federal mandates that the county must comply with that includes employees, contractors, vendors, and volunteers who interact with county employees and the public. Mandatory orientation trainings are Brown Act, Robert Rules of Order, sexual harassment, ethics, workplace violence, and I believe there's a few more. I think it's also important to note that these trainings are scheduled throughout the year and they are not all due at the same time. Also, as far as trainings go, on April 25th, NACOL held a webinar on understanding civilian oversight's fast-changing legal landscape, highlighting recent developments in state law, as well as case law from jurisdictions around the country that impact how civilian oversight entities are established and how they are operating. I attended the event, as well as our Deputy Executive Director, Principal Staff Analyst, and Commissioner Cooper, and I think it was very informative. I believe that even after the webinar is given, they post it on their website after a few months, so I encourage anyone to go to NACOL's website and check out that webinar. And this is an item as far as the commission's self-evaluation that must be done I believe it's every 3 years. I reported out at the last meeting on this item, and I just wanted to make sure that it remains on our radar. Our last evaluation was due in 2019 and completed in 2020. The commission previously used PSI as a vendor to conduct the evaluation in the amount of $11,000. And my concern is that with our budget constraints, the county's budget constraints, we weren't budgeted for this evaluation for this fiscal year, nor did we make the request because it was not on our radar. But this is a mandate for the commission's ordinance that we must complete. I think that report, I read through it and it had some excellent recommendations. It's things that we are actually dealing with now with the commission. So these evaluations are very important. Next item is the annual report. And as far as the annual report goes, it is near completion. I believe Chair Bonner has it. It underwent review by the staff also, and our comms manager is also formatting it. And so it should be ready by our June meeting for approval. Once it's approved, it will be filed with the Board of Supervisors per our ordinance. As far as social media analytics, I think it's important to provide an update on our social media analytics. Since December, when we hired our comms manager, we have issued 3 press releases, which combined with media advisories and pitches has resulted in more than 50 news stories in print, television, radio, and online news media over the last 5 months. We are also seeing a significant growth across our digital platforms. Our Facebook page led with 14,400 views, which is a 135% increase. We also increased our reach to 4,200, which is a 241% increase. So that's as far as Facebook goes. And Instagram page shows a moderate improvement in engagement with 7,600 views at an increase of 7.3% and a 46% rise in follows to 1,400 followers total. YouTube page is also a steady growth with 3,900 views. And as far as Gov Delivery goes, and that's the platform that we use for mass emails, we are looking at, over the last 90 days, our subscriber list grew from 30,875 to 33,796, which is a 9.5 increase. So I just wanted to share that information because with the hiring of our comms manager, we've been seeing, as far as the visibility of this commission, we've been seeing a lot of movement and individuals who are signing up to follow this commission. And as far as community meetings and events, we continue to be quite active when it comes to meetings that are public facing and events. And since last month's meeting, we held a virtual mini conference on LASD's complaint process, which was a follow-up to the listening session held up in Antelope Valley. During the conference, LASD subject matter experts explained the public-facing complaint process, and we had a great turnout online. On May 2nd, commissioners also attended the graduation of LASD's custody assistants. And let's see, special hearings and events coming up. So this evening at 6 p.m., our community engagement specialist will be attending and possibly tabling a community meeting over in Roosevelt Park for dialogue on effective community-based public safety approaches in collaboration with the Community Action for Peace Networks, the Office of Supervisor Mitchell, and the county's Office of Violence Prevention. And that's taking place tonight at 6 p.m. And next week, he will also be attending the Pico Rivera CAC meeting. And that's going to be over in Whittier at 6 p.m. at the Sorensen Library. On May 20th from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. in Glendale, LASD is extending an invitation for a select number of commissioners and staff to attend LASD's Executive Leadership Conference. I'm unable to attend, so I would give my spot to one of our commissioners. I believe we get to select one commissioner, but now we can have 2 commissioners who wants to attend this event. Commissioner Garcia attended it in the past, and I think he believes that it's an excellent training or conference. And on May 21st, Chair Bonner and I will, like he mentioned, next week we'll be appearing before a public safety cluster meeting. And that's not to give a presentation, it's to answer questions and provide comments to Sheriff Luna's report or comments. And we are continuing the planning of a virtual mini conference on the commission, the challenges and the proposed revisions to ordinance section 3.79. So we are looking at May 29th or June 5th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. We are also working on scheduling a virtual listening session on deputy gangs to satisfy an outstanding Board of Supervisor motion from a couple of years ago. And also the special hearing on the use of force cases that Chair Bonner also mentioned. And we're also planning our annual conference. And lastly, as far as the commission staffing and the vacancy on this commission and budget goes, as previously reported, we were working with HR and filling our senior staff analyst position. Our interview panel selected a candidate to fill the position and completed the required paperwork, which was forwarded to the CEO's office for approval. We are still waiting on that approval. I believe they have at least 2 to 3 weeks, so hopefully next week we should hear something. In the meantime, we worked with our deputy executive director is working with HR to try to get interns for the summer to help us out. And we interviewed a couple of interns this past week. So we're looking forward to that. And regarding steps we've taken to fill our commission vacancy with the departure of Chair Sean Kennedy, the commission worked with the executive office, HR staff, and graphics team in the development of our commission recruitment bulletin. The bulletin was finalized and then posted on April 23rd to our website, the county's website, LinkedIn, and various other social media platforms. And earlier this week, we sent out a mass communication that was recently distributed to advise individuals that we are currently recruiting for a commissioner. We are encouraging applicants to apply by today for first consideration. The filing of this recruitment will close on May 30th. And as of yesterday, at least 4 individuals have expressed interest in applying for the vacancy. Being a volunteer commissioner on oversight boards and commissions is very time consuming. So I just want to say that. It is a thankless job and it's difficult work. So I think people know this, but we'll try our best to recruit and to get someone to fill this vacancy because we have a lot of work to do. Application materials that were received will be reviewed for content related to meeting the minimum requirements, and the candidate application packets meeting the minimum requirements will be prepared for interviews before the commission's interview panel ad hoc committee. And it is anticipated that this should occur no later than the end of June 2025 of this year. And I'm gonna wrap up my report with a budget update. So yesterday, we received the communication from the EO's office that there is a need to implement an 8.5% reduction in supplemental changes due to the county budget constraints. I know I reported out at last month's meeting, that it was a 3% cross-county reduction. But we received an email asking us to take the following steps immediately, and there's going to be a pause on hiring and promotions. There will be exceptions made, but that will be on a case-by-case basis. There's also a request for services, supplies, equipment, and non-essential travel that's going to be carefully reviewed and approved only with clear justifications for critical needs. So we will need to assess our travel plans for this year's NACO conference. And also tuition reimbursement will be suspended until further notice. I'm not going back to school, so. But I just wanted to note that. And that completes my report. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask.
Wow. Let me say, it's clear how busy our staff is, number one. Thank you for a detailed report. Did you say that we're not going to be able to budget anybody to go to the NACO conference, or how has it impacted? What do you see of the impact on that?
No, I think that we need to discuss how we're going to move forward. In the past, we've been sending whichever commissioners who wanted to attend the NACO conference and then also staff, but this year we'll just have to have a discussion as to how we want to move forward with planning that.
You know, we of course limited it, so we don't have a quorum over there, so it's always 4 or fewer commissioners, but maybe we will not be able to send as many. You said that there's a self-assessment, and it is, by the way, it is in the ordinance 3.79 that we're to make every 3 years, I think. But I'm just wondering whether, you know, it says self-assessment. I mean, whether staff could just assist the commission and actually we just make the assessment, do the appropriate interviews and surveys of commissioners, and then the staff would prepare a report, which would be a self-assessment, as opposed to getting a contract consultant. I mean, it's a self-assessment. I'm not necessarily thinking we should spend money on a contract consultant. I guess the question to you, Executive Director, is could we do a self-assessment, and what do you think would be the timeline if we did that? I mean, internally.
We can look into it. I know we are short-staffed right now, and with special hearing and other things, I think we need to just like be mindful that our staff right now is stretched thin, and we do not have a senior staff analyst on board. So we can look into it and discuss further.
Okay, may have to defer it. Then about training, thank you for that report. It's a little still unclear to me whether all commissioners have to complete, let's say, sexual harassment training, because every county employee does. But I would just ask, rather than a question, I just ask the executive director to, you know, try to make the training of commissioners as relevant as possible. I mean, to me, if we could have training, let's say, in terms of constitutional policing, professional policing, 21st century policing, I mean, issues that we need to be smart. We need to know, we need to have some background information. All I would ask is that, to the extent we can focus any, certainly continuing training of commissioners, that it be focused on, as much as it can be, on things that are actually relevant to performing our oversight duties as a commission. So it's just a request. I only have one other comment, then I'll open it up for any other comments or questions. But the executive director mentioned that we've been invited to send 1 or 2 commissioners to the Sheriff's Department Leadership Conference. And Luis Garcia attended the last one. This is a very important conference. This is the interaction between the sheriff and the captains for every patrol station, for example, and of course the custody captains and like. It's a really important conference. We are so privileged to be invited to it, actually, that it's important that if we can, that we have 2 commissioners attend it. I've talked to Commissioner Garcia. He cannot attend it. So I'm not going to put anybody on the spot now, but maybe in the recess, you could let Charmaine or me know, because this is an important conference to attend, even if it were the morning. I mean, it's a long conference, but just, we need to show the flag there. So, okay, that's my pitch. Now, other questions are?
May 20th. May 20th.
It's next week. You know, it's next Monday, I think. Is that Monday?
It's next
Tuesday.
Tuesday. I just wanted to add, because you mentioned, Chair Bonner, you mentioned something about training, and it is true, but the training that is mandatory by the county is different than the training modules that we also see for LASD and the ongoing training for the commissioner, which I still have to map out. So there's 3 different types of training. There's the county mandatory training. There's LASD's modules that they have. I think is at least 10 different modules that talks about the department. And then there's also the ongoing one, which is, you know, as soon as I map it out, it will apply to 21st century constitutional policing.
Well, that's great. I mean, would it help? I mean, I could actually, the county doesn't pay us hardly anything for being commissioners. I mean, I'm happy to drop out as being even a special employee of the county if I could avoid the training. Because, I mean, the training that is not relevant to being a commissioner. But that's just an observation. I'm sorry. Okay. Questions or comments of our executive director?
Trainings.
Yeah, Mike.
On the training, since most of that is just basic stuff, special like sexual harassment, Can't they just upload that to like YouTube and then we can watch it at our convenience and print the certificate? I mean,
That
I
is-
don't know why they're making it so difficult.
Exactly. And I know Tracy, our principal staff analyst, reached out to the department HR team, and we do have a connection there. So hopefully we can get feedback on a better way that the training can be made available to all commissions. It's not just only this commission that's been having the issue of accessing it. It's other commissioners as well. So
Okay.
Great
Other
question.
questions or comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment because yes, it has been extremely challenging to get into the county system. And I know staff has tried several times for myself and even the IT and then it goes, yeah, so it's just been very difficult.
Sure. Today, because today is National Peace Officers. Already again, I had my mic off. Sheriff Luna is not able to be with us today because he's in Washington DC for the National Peace Officers Memorial Day. It's May 15th is the National Peace Officers Memorial Day. It's an annual Memorial Day. It's been held for, seems to me, decades in Washington DC. And that is where Sheriff Luna is, understandably. Today is a day set aside to recognize law enforcement officers, including deputy sheriffs who have lost their lives in the line of duty. I think it's always important to bear in mind and remember that police and deputy sheriffs have a very dangerous job, and they do it every day. So with that, I didn't mean to steal your thunder as to why Sheriff Luna isn't here, but I thought I would mention it. So we have with us, though, Assistant Sheriff Jason Skeen, who is representing Sheriff Luna this morning. So Assistant Sheriff Skeen, does the Sheriff's Department have a report?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
First off, thank you to the commission here for making note of National Peace Officers Association, and also the fact that tragically we did lose someone in the last year since the last memorial, in which Deputy Freddie Flores tragically lost his life in the performance of his duties. And so the sheriff is paying respects to him as his name goes both on the national wall, the state wall in Sacramento, as well as the county wall later this month. So that's a difficult time for the families, and the sheriff provides obviously comfort as well as support to the rest of the organization while protecting the interest of the department back east with various other elected officials. So I'd like to report on a few things, if you would allow. There's several things that are taking place within the organization. I just wanted to briefly highlight, and then also note that Dr. Steve Seatal, sitting in the front row, is our director and unit commander of our Psychological Services Bureau, and he's here in support of the next report from the Quality of Life Ad Hoc Commission here that will pay some deeper dive into the department's efforts to prevent suicide and employee wellness. Additionally, the department continues to engage with the community on several different events. I'll highlight just a couple of them tonight. For example, we'll be at SoFi Arena in support of the Department of Justice Community Relations Services section in support of the Brotherhood Crusade, which facilitates various sessions. And this is a third part of a session dialogue series that provides meaningful conversation and the fostering of healthy relationships throughout the community. Additionally, the department has been participating in numerous public hearings as well as community group relation meetings with respect to the fires. The fires have devastated the county of Los Angeles over the last several months, and as a result, both in our Malibu and Altadena areas, we continue to have ongoing dialogue to support those communities as they begin to rebuild. We've been supported by various state and local other efforts, including the California National Guard, California Highway Patrol, and our other allied agencies. And we also are participating in an after-action report to bring light to the facts and things that led up to that evening and how our department responded along with various other county departments. We'll also be participating in a future state after-action report as well. Did want to highlight just some crime statistics. I am happy to please, despite the staffing crisis within the organization and due to several factors, including the commitment of our department personnel and the sacrifices they've made, department crime has been reduced by more than 9% year to date. This is significant because this is a decrease of 2,600 felonies within our area of responsibility. That equates to more than approximately 500 felonies a month. Our hope is to continue that amazing trend. But again, I think there's numerous factors at play in there, which also needs to highlight the community's ability to communicate with us and to be forthcoming, hold people accountable, but at the same time, various community relations efforts that help to reduce those crimes as well. I did want to highlight as well that the department, unfortunately, is at the precipice of its staffing crisis. It has reached a significant level within the organization. Some of this in our modeling was somewhat predictable. For those of you that know, there's a COLA raise that kicks on April 1st. So those that retire prior to April 1st can pick up the COLA raise. As a result, we had a mass of 1,531 vacancies on our sworn side. That's before the impairment rate. The impairment rate also includes those that are injured on duty, those that have been relieved of duty, military leave, family leave. That has been reducing over the last several years. I'm pleased to report there's not a lot of agencies that can report that in Southern California due to the stress that has been put on folks due to the staffing crisis. But under this administration, it's been reduced by more than 3%. So we're down to less than 7% just on our injured on duty alone. You take into other county departments and they're well into the double digits. So for us, that was quite significant. And it kind of offsets the fact that we have more than 1,500 sworn vacancies, but still nonetheless, when you collect all this plus the professional staff vacancies, we are over 4,100 unavailable personnel total in the organization. This does hamper some of our efforts to properly serve the community, but yet through the sacrifices and significant amounts of overtime that have been worked by personnel, we are making strides and efforts in the right direction. I did want to also highlight just one more additional note. The department is making significant strides also in our CAD RFP. The CAD has not been updated for in excess of 40 years. Mr. Harris, you were on the department when that existing CAD program was delivered to the department, and we're still in use today. We are seeing advancements in the progress, and we're hopeful that later this year we will be able to deliver a new 21st century CAD system that will be web enabled, even allow our folks to use their body worn camera, cell phones to utilize CAD, something that you could have only imagined, Mr. Harris, yourself when you were on the department, right? So if there's no further questions, that's the end of my report.
Did you say that the sheriff's department currently is 4,100 employees below its authorized FTE levels?
That's correct. We have approximately 17,148 positions that we're authorized to fill. However, due to both the impairment rate and the vacancy rate, we have 4,166 vacancies, or approximately 24% of the department's unavailable, which means for every 3 people, they have to do the duties of 1 additional person.
And okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
Yeah, I just break it down though. So what about the authorized FTE for sheriff's deputies? What is that and how far down is the sheriff's department in terms of its authorized level? Do you have that information?
Yeah, so I can provide you either deputies or total sworn, but I'll start with your question, which was just deputies.
Sworn would include custody assistants or?
Sworn would include all the supervisions from sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and above.
Well, I meant to include all sworn personnel. So
all sworn?
Yeah.
All right, I'll give you that. We are authorized to fill 10,197 positions, of which 8,696 were reported filled as of earlier this month. That leaves us a vacancy factor of 1,501 personnel, or 15%. That's before we get to the impairment rate, which then gets us to a total unavailability of 23%. So again, 15% vacancy, 8% unavailable.
And the impairment rate is people that are out on sick leave or what?
That's a combination of various authorized leaves, which includes medical leaves, military relieves of duty, FMLA, those that would be significant in excess of 30 days.
The problem is, I mean, that drives overtime and.
It does.
And if sheriff's deputies or any police officer is burning too much overtime, it leads to poor judgments and a lot of other consequences. So, and it has some wellness issue implications that we'll probably get into in a moment. Thank you for the report. Any questions or comments to Assistant, yes, Commissioner Cooper?
Can you address how the budget is affecting the hiring process? You said you have a 3% decrease in the overall budget for your department?
So we do understand that various county departments are in fact going through some minimizing of their overall budget. That is in discussions right now with at least the first responder agencies, such as the fire department, our department, probation department, and so on. At this point, we did take a significant staffing cut that was back during COVID that took 1,281 positions with the organization, and yet we still do all the same things from that budget cut. So we are hoping to avoid, but at the same time, we also are cognizant of the county's potential budget woes that are forthcoming as a result of some of the litigation payouts associated with the probation department. We remain cooperative and supportive and trying to work with the county CEO's office as it works through those budget curtailments.
So are the sworn officers being protected in terms of their jobs, and are you decreasing in the other civilian type positions versus the sworn officers?
Thank you, Ms. Cooper, for that question. Right now, we are authorized to fill 8 academy classes through the fiscal year. Our hiring is actually up this year, quite notably from last year. It's a projection that will be over 400 higher recruits that graduate from the academy. That will significantly benefit the organization. However, in some of our attrition years, when you take into the retirements, discharges, folks that have just left the organization for either other agencies or the profession altogether, that can sometimes go between 400 and 500 a year in a basic annual attrition. It should be noted that's just in the current cycle that we're in. There were hiring practices that were done 30 plus years ago where the department went in ebbs and flows of hiring and not hiring, shutting down the academy. We pay the price for that on the back end of people's careers. And we do have approximately 500 plus personnel that are 56 and over. The general natural age for retirement for most will be at about the age of 55. So anything that we're getting from someone that's 56 and over, I take that, you know, they're providing extra. But at this point, the Board of Supervisors and CEO's office has authorized us to continue to hire to deal with these significant staffing cuts, or I should say vacancies.
Thank you.
Other yes, Commissioner Giggins.
Would it be possible, and I don't expect you to have this info today, but maybe at another time, just, you know, let us know about, I'm curious to know with some of the natural attrition that continues and also cutbacks, et cetera, what kind of outreach are you doing? Like, where are the places that you go to recruit? I know obviously it's other departments. That's kind of a natural place, but it would be great for us to know a little bit, you know, what are your recruitment plans, especially in this tough climate? Maybe you could come back and let us know what that looks like.
Yeah. Anytime that the board or commission wants to know that type of information, I think we can do a presentation. But just so you know, we don't discriminate when it comes to hiring. We will hire any willing and able person that meets our criteria. We're currently in need of about 1,300 applications a month to get us just to a break-even point on an average year. That will get you, if you take 1,300 and we assume our normal successful rate of graduation, that's about 3%. So 3% of 1,300 will get you back to about, you know, just about 470 a year.
Any other questions or comments? Yes.
Yeah. You mentioned the amount of authorized positions for sworn. What are the number of authorized positions for specifically custody assistants, and where are we with that?
So that recruitment also remains active with graduating classes. I don't have specific numbers on custody assistants for you today. I can tell you our professional staff ranks, both within security officers, custody assistants, as well as support staff that helps the department run on a daily basis. That actually has a vacancy rate that is higher than the sworn. We are currently at about 22% of those personnel are remain vacant, or that comes to 1,512 vacancies. And then their impairment rate arguably is typically much less due to the injured on duty factor. And that impairment rate is about 4%. So again, 26% of all professional staff remain unavailable to the department.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else, thank you. And do we have, first of all, this would be a time for public comment on the report of the chair, executive director, and the sheriff report. Do we have public comment, Ms. Jordan?
Yes, we do have two individuals for public comment, one online and one in person.
Okay, let's proceed.
We'll start with the in-person. Vanessa Perez, if you could please come to the podium.
Vanessa, I'm the mother of Joseph Perez. I just want to quickly thank this commission for everything that they're doing throughout. And hearing that Bonner and Arthur went to Sacramento, that's really meaningful for all cases. It shows that there's going to hopefully be some type of change to come for the next impacted family member that comes in here. So thank you all.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the online public comment. We have Youssef Miller. Youssef, you have been unmuted. Seth?
Equity and Justice Coalition, Saving Lives in Custody, California. And I want to thank Prior Staff Kennedy for being on this board and doing all this amazing work. And hopefully when he does that video for you guys that it's public, I would like to see that as well. And if it's not going to be public, hopefully you could make it such that it is public. We would all like to see what that video would entail and how that is coming about. Secondly, I'd like to thank Chair Bonner and everyone else who went to Sacramento. I was online watching and listening as you guys were doing your work out there, and you did a great, phenomenal job standing up for the families and standing up for the organizations that are doing this work, and also standing up for all of LA County, the deputies included. So thank you for that work and continue doing that work. Kennedy, Bonner, and those all like you, I know you have appearing to be insurmountable odds to go against just to make a difference. And that's what we experience on the streets. And we do it out of the love and the commitment of this for the families. And we appreciate having the backing of those of you that are sitting on the dais. Again, my name is Youssef Miller with the North County Equity and Justice Coalition, Saving Lives in Custody, California. And I hope to see Kennedy among our groups as well and meet you in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Bonner, we have no further public comments on this item.
All right. I think this might be an appropriate time to take the morning recess. It's 10:32. Let's resume promptly at 10:50 a.m. So we'll stand in recess. Thank you. Okay. Well, we're going to go back on the record in just a moment here. We're just waiting for one more commissioner to show up. And just for the record, we're going to be taking up agenda item number 8, which is a presentation that will be led by Commissioner Garcia. But I'll wait a moment till could somebody actually round some people up here so we can get started? Thank you. And then close the door. Thank you. All right, we have 5 commissioners. We have a quorum. I'll note for the record. We now have 6. I think we need that door shut. Commissioner Garcia, could you shut the door because there's a lot of noise coming out of there. All right, so we're back on the record. We're now going to turn to item 8 on the agenda, and we're going to hear a report from the Quality of Life Ad Hoc Committee with regard to Sheriff's Department staff wellness and suicide prevention. Co-vice chair Luis Garcia will make the presentation and discussion. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Garcia at this point.
Thank you, Chair Bonner. Good morning, commissioners and attendees. My name is Luis S. Garcia. I am the chair of the Quality of Life Ad Hoc. And this morning you will be provided with the highlight of the commission's research, analysis, and recommendations related to the Sheriff's Department suicide prevention and employee wellness. Next slide. This morning, I will briefly discuss the commission's May 15, 2025 staff report and recommendations. And before I get started, I just wanted to note the staff's work on this report. It's been an honor to be part of this ad hoc and contribute to this report. You know, supporting the psychological health and well-being of the Sheriff's Department personnel is not only a matter of occupational wellness, but a critical factor in promoting safe and effective policing, I believe. Next slide. The Commission's concerns regarding LASD sworn staff suicides and employee wellness date back to 2023, when several current and former LASD personnel died by suicide. In fact, in one 24-hour period, 4 LASD sworn staff died by suicide. The Ad Hoc Committee on Quality of Life requested various LASD policies, procedures, data, and related materials to research this matter, conduct analysis, and issue much-needed recommendations. Next slide. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is the largest sheriff's department in the U.S. with approximately 18,000 personnel, of which 9,500 are sworn staff. Law enforcement functions for agencies such as LASD include, but are not limited to, broad knowledge of the law, being service-oriented, actively assist community members in solving problems, and work towards maintaining the peace. Law enforcement are also exposed to a variety of traumatic situations during the course of their duties. Next slide. And taking a look at law enforcement suicide by the numbers, in 2023, LASD had 7 personnel die by suicide. In comparison, in 2019, New York Police Department, 10 police officers died by suicide. In 2020, the Law Enforcement Suicide Data Collection LASDC Act was signed into law, requiring establishment of a database to track occurrences of suicide among law enforcement. More than 60% of law enforcement deaths by suicide are in agencies with 100 or more full-time personnel. Next slide. Law enforcement work is one of the most stressful and dangerous professions, which consists of work that can vary from working in the correctional setting to courtrooms, police stations, a squad car office, or in the community on foot patrol. The ad hoc, through the assistance of commission staff, gathered and analyzed data to secure an understanding of this issue. So some of the challenges faced by law enforcement are: one, job content and job context. The impact of job content and context stress challenges on law enforcement. Next slide. So in terms of job content, for example, work schedules, overtime, exposure to traumatic events, et cetera, LASD policies related to mandatory overtime, compressed work schedules, et cetera. In fiscal year 24-25, the LASD increase in overtime estimates attributed in part to approximately 1,393 vacant sworn positions, 846 sworn staff with impairments or unable to work. And the Sheriff's Department minimum overtime per month requirement for custody is 48 to 64 hours and patrol 40 to 80 hours. Next slide. Now, in terms of job context, for example, organizational stressors, bureaucracy, et cetera, dealing with deputy gangs and deputy cliques since 1973, some deputies that are involved in acts of violence and or threatened act of violence placed fellow deputies at risk of physical harm, creating a climate of fear, professional retribution to colleagues that would speak out against misconduct. In 2017, the Department of Health and Human Services referred to law enforcement workplace stressors as being associated with poor mental and physical health, which included the stressors such as high job demand and lack of social support. Next slide. The impact of job content and context stress challenges on LASD sworn staff. Post-traumatic stress disorder. The Mayo Clinic describes PTSD as a mental health condition triggered by a terrifying event, either experiencing or witnessing. Signs of PTSD, not all inclusive, are physical symptoms, for example, fatigue, insomnia, change in appetite, headaches. Cognitive symptoms, such as flashbacks of the event, confusion, et cetera, and emotional symptoms, fear, emotional numbing, anxiety, anger, et cetera. And behavioral symptoms of detachment, lack of trust, change in activities, et cetera. Next slide. So continuing with the impact of job content and context stress challenges, shift work associated with an elevated prevalence of poor sleep quality. One study of a group of U.S. officers reported several health conditions that included, but not all inclusive, sleep disorders, diabetes and depression, cardiovascular disease. And in 2018, from an organizational standpoint, former Sheriff Villanueva began his term by telling 500 supervisors on staff that their jobs were being reevaluated and told them to temporarily remove gold pins indicating rank. Next slide. So in terms of prevention initiatives, the LASD has employed psychologists since 1970 to provide services to sworn and civilian staff and their families, offers counseling and crisis prevention services and a peer support program. Policy notes unit commanders shall encourage and at times require personnel in any event that has the potential to overwhelm their normal coping skills to attend a debriefing with the department psychologist. LAPD, for example, offers individual psychotherapy, relationship counseling, single session appointments, and peer support. And then also offers a video library with suicide awareness and prevention, among other materials. Next slide. The Office of Inspector General provides independent and comprehensive oversight, monitoring, and reporting about the LASD and reported on areas that included, but not all inclusive. In April 2019, in terms of job content and overtime, there was an investigation related to training issues associated with the same deputy who was caught sleeping on duty twice. In July 2019, Job context, coworker relations, and the bureaucracy involved review of the LASD Truth and Reconciliation process as implemented in the Mendoyan case. A former Sheriff Villanueva criticism of various processes and a victim that felt, quote, trapped because Mendoyan told her he was a reaper. Next slide. In December 7th, 2023, the commission hosted the Law Enforcement Mental Health and Virtual Conference. We had expert panelists highlight free and confidential mental health services and discuss suicide prevention services. Community members offered views on the issue that included, but not all inclusive, quote, I'm retired and I'm hearing that the incredible amount of overtime is affecting every aspect of our lives. What training and policies are being developed to address the stigma of mental health, asking for help, and a culture of toxic individualism in law enforcement, end quote. Next slide. So in our analysis of research and community feedback, the below items are significant interest. Psychological Services Bureau, PSB service provisions, change in psychological response policy, data collection and public transparency, and development of a video library with 24/7 access. Next slide. After review and analysis of our four recommendations were made to the board, that will be made to the Board of Supervisors. One, examine through the CEO in collaboration with the LASD departmental benefits and feasibility of providing a $5.54 million or a level of funding deemed fiscally appropriate for the LASD's Employee Wellness Center to provide needed psychological services throughout the department, and submit a written progress report of the examination to the commission on letterhead by June 30th, 2025. Next slide. Review and revise LASD MPP 3-10 460.00 Department Psychologist Response to Critical Incidents Policy to increase efforts to reach more employees after exposure to critical incidents and submit a report to the commission by September 30th, 2025. 3, identify a place on the LASD public-facing website and effective beginning the last week in December 2025 and each January moving forward, publicly post PSB data reports. And then lastly, collaborate with LAPD, BSS, and the OIG in the review of LAPD's BSS video library and develop an LASD PSB video library with materials for viewing that will make the LASD PBS video library available to LASD personnel, including the public on the LASD public website by no later than October 2025. Next slide. Lastly, we have with us today subject matter experts from LASD to speak more about the Department's Psychological Services Bureau. Dr. Steven Setal, Director of the LASD Psychological Service Bureau, will be available to answer questions that the Commission may have related to this matter.
Could you just state your name for the record again, sir?
Of course. Good morning. My name is Dr. Steve Setal, and I am the Director of the Sheriff's Department Psychological Services Bureau.
Okay, we're interested in your presentation. Proceed.
Well, good morning, commissioners and others that are here today. I just want to spend a few minutes before we talk a little bit about the recommendations. I want to talk a little bit about the services that are offered through our Bureau. As Commissioner Garcia had mentioned, our services have been around in one shape or form since the 70s and have evolved steadily over the generations to provide a very comprehensive level of services for law enforcement personnel. So much so that what we have in LASD currently represents really one of the most built out programs in the country. So in terms of the services we provide, and as they are directly related to the prevention of suicide and addressing mental health concerns within the department, we provide free, confidential counseling services to department members, their significant others, and their families. Their significant others are able to receive treatment independent of the department members, so they can come and receive individual counseling for issues that are maybe related to work, family life, and any other area that may be of benefit to them. We also maintain a network of psychologists that are contracted, external psychologists throughout the county, where we're able to make referrals in the event that either geographically it's difficult for an employee to attend in-person sessions, or if they have a prior relationship with one of these providers. These providers all specialize or maintain a specialty in working with first responders. And there are also situations where it may not be the most appropriate for an employee to receive treatment internally within our in-house bureau. So we extend that as a privilege and a benefit to employees as well. We have a substance abuse resource program that is an internal function of our bureau. It is staffed with a deputy sheriff and a psychologist who provides consultation. That program serves as a conduit to substance abuse resources for first responders and their families. And so there are many programs that we interface with on a consistent basis where we are able to, excuse me, where we are able to provide a direct flow of a referral from an employee that's in need of services into one of these programs that specializes in services for first responders. Many of the substance abuse issues involve alcohol abuse or abuse of pain medication. Those are the most common areas that we deal with. One of the functions that assists with providing both psychoeducation as well as a level of support, an entry level of support, is an outreach, which is a professional contact by psychologists that may be made to a department member who's in need of emotional support. These outreach contacts are provided for department members or their significant others or their family members that might be navigating life events, the loss of a loved one, an illness, but it provides us with a means of being able to connect with the department member and ensure that support is there. And it's done in an informal manner that is separate from any subsequent referrals to counseling or peer support that they may receive. And I'll also too, with some of these activities, I'm prepared to share some of the data regarding 2024 with the commission, so you have a sense of just the activity level that we've engaged in over the previous year. Our peer support program currently has between 170 and 180 active peer support personnel. Those employees are both, they encompass both professional staff classifications as well as various ranks of our sworn personnel, and they represent the entire department. They engage in initial training through orientation to become a peer support member. They also go through quarterly training, and they also provide ongoing records of their hours, the hours they keep for contacts related to peer support. Pertaining specifically to employees in crisis, the Bureau maintains a 24-hour on-call emergency response. During business hours, the Bureau is able to respond. At times, it's a co-response between a psychologist. It may also involve a member of our peer support team, as well as a member of our chaplains program, which I'll speak a little bit about, being rolled out in co-response. After hours, it's the same thing. So that service exists after hours, weekends, holidays. There's always a psychologist available to respond or available to speak in some capacity to the need that a department member or their family might have if they were in crisis. Debriefings, Commissioner Garcia had mentioned debriefings following critical incidents. I'll share numbers on 2024 as well, but we do provide a significant amount of critical incident debriefing for department members that are exposed to trauma through the scope of their duties. Consultation services, we have a number of our personnel that are assigned to various units throughout the department where they're embedded, and they provide various types of psychological support, boots on the ground, if you will, within the unit. And so one of the benefits of this is if you have a mental health provider who's providing services and there isn't a relationship with an employee, or there isn't a sense of trust or rapport build, it can be very difficult for folks in this profession to share. And there's so much stress. And I appreciate the commissioner too also mentioning some of the various symptoms of trauma, because those are very real. Having somebody in a unit where they're able to form a connection or rapport and build a sense of trust can be very effective. It can serve to dispel myths regarding receiving professional services, ending stigma or addressing stigma. And it also provides an opportunity to interface with maybe a subset of personnel that would not find their way into a more structured arrangement in a counseling office. I just want to share a little bit in terms of some of the specialized projects that we're working on. So between 2023, when we obviously had a very difficult year as a department, presently we do have targeted campaigns related to wellness. Probably the most prominent example of that is a 5K event that is sponsored by various units in the department related specifically to suicide prevention and mental health awareness. It's an event that department members and their families attend. We just had it at the end of April. It was very well attended. Assistant Sheriff Skeen was able to speak and share some comments, and a number of our department members were there with their families. I will say, however, that it did rain harder in that 3 hours that we had the event than it has all year. So everybody ended up clearing out of there pretty quickly, but it was a very well attended event and attended also by other populations of first responders throughout the county. The other thing that we're working on that may be significant, and we're in the process of developing, and I'll speak a little bit about some of the challenges related to it as well, is the practice of annual wellness visits. Now, this is a practice that has been getting much more focus and attention in police and public safety psychology. Several agencies across the country are engaging in this practice, but essentially it is a structured visit that allows for psychoeducation, a discussion of trauma, and personal challenges, both related to the profession and not. It's an annual function for department members, and it is not therapy. It's an opportunity to receive guidance and support and specific consultation for department members. So as it relates to the Sheriff's Department, we're looking at being able to implement such a function in some of the groups of personnel that are more highly exposed. So for example, some of our populations of detectives, our folks that work in crime scenes, the folks that work in dispatch, where they're throughout the routine scope of their duties, they are just routinely exposed to very high levels of trauma. So that's something else that we're currently working on. Just to share a little bit about service utilization for 2024. In terms of the programs and services.
This is really good, and I appreciate it. Because we have moments, we have a sort of a cutoff for our meeting here.
Of course.
I don't mean to rush you either.
Not at all.
This is a very impressive and important program that you're heading. We understand that, but go ahead.
Absolutely. What I'll end with is just the service utilization stats from last year, and then I'll open it to any questions the commission might have. So for 2024 service utilization programs and services, total clinical appointments offered for department members and their families were 6,511. 6,511. Total outreach contacts, and I explained the premise of an outreach contact to you previously. Total outreach contacts for the year were 1,856. Total hours of consultation provided were in the field by psychologists were 6,233, provided within the domains of assessment, intervention, operational support, and organizational support in various units throughout the department. Thank you.
Excellent presentation. Thank you. I have one question, and that is, as you know, you've read the report of the ad hoc committee on this subject, and at the end of the report, there are 4 recommendations that are made. And and by the way, I anticipate there'll be a motion to adopt those recommendations to be recommendations of the full commission. And I'm just wondering, you've looked at these, and I'm not looking for a detailed discussion, but could you comment? I mean, you favor having these recommendations adopted by the commission?
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Yeah, so I did have an opportunity to review the report and to look at the recommendations. The department appreciates the commission's recommendation related to the support of the funding of the Wellness Center. It's something that we have responded back to, that we're still in progress of attaining funding for that center. Related to the critical incident policy, there's some concern regarding the recommendation to open up or change the critical incident policy, in changing it and making it a mandatory requirement, making it an absolute.
Which recommendation are you bringing?
This would be the second recommendation, the critical incident response policy.
Right. So you have some reservation about that. What do you have reservations about any of the other recommendations?
So yes, the other area where there may be some reservation is related to recommendation 3, the public posting of PSP data. This is concerning as well because the data is clinical adjacent data where even if it's de-identified and provided in aggregate form, it may serve to, in a closed population like LASD, it may serve to provide some indicators of who's receiving services, and it may actually undermine our efforts to continue opening service provision to the department.
And that's recommendation number 3 you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm trying to track these because, okay, so any other reservations besides those?
No, then the last recommendation,
Video library recommendation?
yes, I think that could serve as a benefit to the public, just being able to have a conversation about the pressure and stress associated with law enforcement.
All right, stick around. First of all, I'm going to open it up for questions and comments, both of the doctor and Commissioner Garcia. But I think we probably should have maybe a motion to, let me ask Commissioner Garcia, do you believe we should adopt all 4 of these recommendations? This commission?
Yes.
Okay, and
Yes.
so would you so move?
So move.
I second. Okay, so it's moved and seconded, and we'll have further discussion of it. But as you heard from the doctor, he has some reservations about, I guess, 2 and 3. Could you maybe respond to why, notwithstanding those reservations, that the commission, the full commission should support those recommendations?
So in terms of number 2, this was, the recommendation was to have mandatory referrals. Okay. Which was actually going to be my, a question. So like, for example, I was thinking about the recent custody incident where the deputy was stabbed in the head or attacked. So in those types of incidents, like if this policy was in place, then like those in that unit would have to go mandatory as opposed to being self-elective.
So I think it's an important point of clarification. I'll be brief as well. But the mandate is something that is used frequently in situations that are more extreme in nature. But the way that the policy is written now, it provides the unit commander the flexibility to determine if this type of function is essential or needed. The other thing it does by keeping that flexibility there is it also affords an opportunity for an individual to enact their natural coping skills. So there's research that shows that in the day or 2 days following an incident, there may be an opportunity for the individual to foster through their own resilience, their own coping, which is an important part of the recovery process. And so keeping it flexible in the way that it is really affords that opportunity. And certainly understanding the idea of being able to mandate these things. The other thing that I will share too is that operationally it becomes very difficult because throughout the routine course and scope of duties for so many of our personnel, they're routinely exposed to very traumatic situations. And so it then becomes difficult to say which of these incidents would qualify for a mandate. But with the flexibility there, it really provides an opportunity for consultation with our bureau, with unit commanders, and with command.
Yeah, we take your point there, but I'll tell you, this commission relies heavily on the ad hoc committees and their expertise and the staff's expertise in studying this issue, and they're recommending that it be mandatory. So the default position would be, as chair, I would recommend we adopt the mandatory unless Commissioner Garcia and other members of the committee think that it should be modified and we should just delete it, go with existing policy. Yes, Patty.
Yeah, I have concerns about mandating when it comes to healing from trauma or confronting trauma, especially when you have professions like this where it's pretty constant. Encouraging, making opportunities, but mandating that someone must receive, I'm not sure that that is a healthy approach.
It may also serve, Commissioner, it may also serve to undermine
Yeah.
their receptivity to the intervention, so that if somebody's mandated, they may be mandated to attend. They may not take advantage of the intervention because they feel compelled or forced.
Yeah, working in trauma, I agree with that. I think that mandating is counterproductive to healing and dealing with those issues.
Yeah,
Make it right.
Yeah, I just would like, I think modifying this in light of the information on like psychoeducation, on trauma. As a licensed clinician, I know when I do get mandated referrals, there's always that wall of can be resistance, and the trauma is kind of behind that wall. So I think encouraging, like strongly encouraging, some kind of wellness, a place where they can, which it sounds like through debriefing and other psychoeducation trainings of, what they're feeling, that hypervigilance that can transfer into taking it home with them, coming back into the workplace. So I think a modification to this would be good.
Consider
I have another question.
I have a
striking the
comment to
word
make.
require and inserting the word strong, but let's just see if the amendment's accepted. Would that amendment be acceptable?
Yes.
All right. So that'll be the motion as amended. We'll vote on. Yes, Commissioner Cooper.
I wanted to make a comment concerning that position about the mandate. Because a lot of times when a person has trauma, you don't see the effects until maybe a week or a couple weeks later. So as we are amending it, I would like to see some type of follow-up on those individuals because you may see that those symptoms or those behaviors maybe a month later, couple months later. So I'm hoping that there's going to be some strong
follow-up?
Absolutely, Commissioner Cooper. So the policy as it's written in its current form affords for a 2-week follow-up and then a 4-month follow-up as well. And that is designed to afford the opportunity to just check in with the employee to ensure that they're doing well, that they're coping well, that there isn't anything else that's needed.
That seems pretty short to me.
Yeah.
Commissioner Giggins.
Are there, with these opportunities to get different modalities, do you offer different modalities? You know, talk therapy is not for everybody. And I would venture that folks who do this kind of work, this is probably the least interesting, is to do talk therapy. But there are so many somatic therapy, there's EMDR, there are ways of using the body. And also, I like the idea of honoring the choices that the individuals make themselves about how they take care with their own resilience, whether it's exercise, whatever it is, the healthy responses, you know, not necessarily alcohol, et cetera. But so I'm just wondering, do you have that? I assume you do, but I would love to hear what you do offer.
So thank you. So I'm pleased to say that a number of our psychologists are EMDR trained, that they've gone through the extensive EMDR training and that they do utilize EMDR, eye movement desensitization reprocessing techniques in treatment. In addition to CBT, we also provide emotionally focused couples therapy. We certainly do quite a bit of work with couples. And so that's obviously a specialized modality as well. And we are able to continue looking for, whether it's solution focused or single session, we're able to look for modalities that meet the needs of our employees. So we're not locked into just simple talk therapy, as you termed it.
And are you familiar with the work of Peter Levine with somatic experiencing, SE?
Yes, yes. And so part of what and I will just say this, part of what our struggle is that to be able to provide training, it takes resources and then it takes additional time. And so there's often a trade-off between being able to see people and check in with people and provide care for people and then attend specialized training. But yes, and absolutely familiar with that work.
Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just might mention, I have spoken with many people who have been involved in traumatic incidents who have told me that the benefit they got from your services. So thank you for that. You are making a difference. The EMDR does work in big ways. But the issue of the follow-up is we might want to look at maybe even a little bit further out. A number of them said, you know, I appreciated the 2 weeks later, that was good. 4 months later, that was good. But it wasn't until a year, even longer after the event that I really started feeling it and said, that's when I really needed to get the help. Now, hopefully, most of them went back and got it on their own, but we might want to look at just a little further out for a follow-up on these things, because sometimes these things don't manifest until a long time after the event.
Yep. Thanks for that. Is there anything else about the recommendations been moved and second? And I just want to know, is there any other change? You had some concern about recommendation 3, and I'm not sure we covered that. What's your concern again? And then let me ask Commissioner Garcia his response.
So the concern about publishing this data on a forward-facing website is that even though it is presented in aggregate form, and even though it is de-identified, because it is coming from a closed environment, essentially a finite number of employees, there may be opportunities to identify certain groups that are receiving certain interventions, which would then certainly, it would undermine just the trust that we have continued and we strive to build in the department. And also it would provide, I think, an opportunity to maybe look at this data out of context. And so that concerns me. And we have received,
I got the concern. I
Okay.
just want to, Commissioner, see, should, in light of that concern, should should the ad hoc committee consider withdrawing recommendation number 3, or what's your view?
So in terms of the data, would it be acceptable to like provide I think you said like a total number of people that have access, like say, for example, the wellness center, as opposed to kind of, the other points that you mentioned, data points?
yes, and what is provided currently is the breakdown of services and the types of services that are provided and the number of appointments or the number of hours, depending on the metric. So that would be, I believe, an extension of what's currently provided, which is de-identified and does not share anything that is outside utilization.
How would that modify recommendation number 3? Or
So essentially, it would be providing service utilization data related to the services without anything else. And then also in terms of providing it to the public, then I would respectfully request that be withdrawn as well.
so recommendation number 3, at least as suggested here, would be that it be changed from the various categories of data to service utilization data aggregated, correct?
Correct.
Okay, would that be acceptable to the ad hoc committee?
Yes.
All right, so that'll be, I guess that'll be the motion as further amended. I think I need to probably call for the question. We have a report from the IG I need to get to here, but if there are no further questions or comments, perhaps first, I have any further discussion before we take a vote on whether we should accept the 4 recommendations of the ad hoc committee as amended and make them the recommendations of this full commission.
Chair Bonner.
When we do that, we're expecting our executive director and the chair to get them implemented.
Chair Bonner, I'm
Yep.
sorry, if we can clarify the modification to number 3, the service utilization data aggregated, is that the data similar to what you referenced today, and would it still be publicly posted on the department's website?
No, we would respectfully request that that it would not be publicly facing.
So that would be yet a further amendment that it would not be publicly posted. The annual PPES data would not be publicly posted. Boy, I mean, I want to send this back to the ad hoc committee, really. I think we might need to do that. There's just so many potential changes to these recommendations that I might suggest we not vote on this and actually refer this back to the ad hoc committee for further evaluation and a report back to us in June with a more, let's say, specifically crafted recommendations. And that's going to be the chair's recommendation on this. I don't know that I need a vote on it, but I actually think we should defer voting on this and just move to the next item. Is that agreeable to you, Commissioner Garcia?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, if you have a motion on the floor, you should vote it down, and then we can refer it back to the committee for further.
Chair Bonner?
Yes.
I believe I may have a way to assist in moving this forward. We do have a representative from the Sheriff's Department that today was able to present specific data from the department and various categories that you very publicly put forth to the commission. Is it possible that that very data could be representative of this item and publicly posted on an annual basis?
The problem with that is, first of all, that we have to move on. And so I'm going to refer this back to the ad hoc committee. I'm tabling the motion. And by the way, if somebody wants to untable it, they can, but the motion's table. We'll take the motion up that's been seconded at our next meeting based upon a further report from the ad hoc committee. All right, we're going to move to the next item. The next item, I believe, is the Inspector General, who is going to report to us on recommendation number 19 from the Sheriff's Deputy, from this commission's report and recommendations with respect to the elimination of deputy gangs and cliques within the Sheriff's Department. Recommendation number 19, it's the only one that applies to the Inspector General, but it says the Office of Inspector General should monitor implementation of the policy banning joining or participating in deputy gangs and deputy cliques. Well, there is no policy that actually bans participation in deputy cliques because that's still in a meet and confer process, and the sheriff has still not adopted this commission's recommendation on deputy cliques. But he did adopt and has implemented recommendation number 2, which was a policy that prohibits joining or participation in law enforcement gangs. And at this point, Inspector General Huntsman, if you would like to give a report, your report on where this stands. By the way, there is a written report that's been submitted here. It'll be made part of the record without objection. But Mr. Huntsman, tell us where these things stand, because we finally have at least a policy that prohibits the joining or participation in law enforcement gangs, as that term is defined in section 13670 of the code. Sir.
I can't meaningfully monitor that process for 2 reasons. One is in the report that you have before you. I don't think there's much of a process going on. So I don't think there's much to monitor in any event. But more fundamentally, as discussed by the chair and former Chair Kennedy, we have a variety of roadblocks to oversight at present. One of which, of course, is the enjoinder of our ability to investigate directly through subpoenas or orders to county employees so that the OIG could conduct an independent assessment of the state of gang activity in the Sheriff's Department. So that's on hold pending court order or union negotiation, which is controlled by county council. And I expect that to be a lengthy process. So we are currently blind in that regard. We have secondarily, we have the ability to use subpoenas to gather documentation from the Sheriff's Department, which I am not confident in. As you have discussed your own challenges with subpoenas, we have had challenges as well. I issued a subpoena fairly recently regarding the unit that was referred to earlier that was attempting to intimidate Oversight. There was an allegation that 2 members of that unit engaged in surveillance of myself, along with other allegations. One of those people is a critical witness in the Diana Turan prosecution. We asked about that. It was covered under our subpoena, and we're told that that individual was allowed to retain their notes and that the department has no independent way to provide information, and we received no response in that regard. So I don't know if that allegation of electronic surveillance will ever be able to be established or disproven. And recently, Detective Lilienfeld, who has been compelled to testify before this commission, testified under oath that he had conducted surveillance and provided his notes to the lieutenant of that group along with other documentation. And we didn't receive that in our subpoena either. So I'm not confident that the subpoena process will yield. I've documented for you in my report, as well as at the previous meeting, the sheriff's refusal to meet with myself and the head of IA regarding these questions that are addressed. And finally, we currently find almost all of our requests for information get funneled through the Office of Constitutional Policing rather than getting a response as the penal code and the ordinances require. We get a call back from Constitutional Policing and then a throttled response. So we don't really have a meaningful way of verifying what we're told. The other problem, of course, is—
Could I interrupt you there?
Yes, absolutely.
You know, the commission has and has read your 3-page report back to us on recommendation number 19. But the questions that we were asking were, how many deputies have been disciplined to date for violations of the policy that the sheriff adopted in October, that became effective in October of last year, that prohibited joining or participating in law enforcement gangs, as that term was defined in section 13670 of the code. How many have been, can you tell us? I mean, if you can't tell us, that tells us something very important right there. But how many, to your knowledge, how many deputies have been disciplined for violation of that policy?
I can tell you only based on my knowledge and representations by the department. And again, it's a bit of reading tea leaves. I think the answer is 0.
Okay, and how many deputies have been investigated for violation of that policy, if you know?
I think the answer again, and it's an imperfect process of reading tea leaves. I think the answer is 2.
Right. And is that because that's been represented to you, the Office of Inspector General, that there are 2 that are or have been investigated for possible violation of the policy banning law enforcement gangs?
We asked these questions of the department, and the only response we got was some spreadsheets regarding possible members of law enforcement gangs that document the sources of that information. And through that, we were able to identify the internal investigations, and we pulled those down, and that's where we got that information from.
All right, I see. So you believe your best estimate is that 2 deputies have been or are being investigated for the violation of that policy. Is that correct?
Based on what the department has told us.
Now, there was another policy adopted by former Sheriff Villanueva in about February of 2020. It mentions deputy clicks, but it actually bans or prohibits deputies from being part of a subgroup that violates the rights of others. Do you know if any deputies have been disciplined for violation of that section by the way, to be clear, of the manual of policy and procedures of the Sheriff's Department?
Based on representations from the department, I believe the answer is 2.
That have been disciplined?
Correct.
All right. And do you know how many, if any, how many were investigated? Obviously, 2 were investigated if they've been disciplined, but do you know how many total were investigated?
To my knowledge, none others.
None of the, except for those 2.
Well, I shouldn't say that. There are a set of investigations that are still live from that policy before Internal Affairs. And they have a small number that is larger than 2 of suspected targets. A number of those appear to have be beyond the statute of limitations, and I don't really have a meaningful number, but the number is much, much lower than the number of people, say, just by what we know about the banditos, how many we believe to be inked.
I'm just going to say, look, if the Inspector General can't get this information from the Sheriff's Department, I don't know how the Oversight Commission is going to get this information, because we have to depend on you. I want to note for the record that the Sheriff's Department has submitted a letter that responds to the letter that you submitted to this commission. I have not read it. I just received it this morning. But unless there's an objection, we'll make that letter part of the record. But I want to ask, since we have the sheriff's representative here, whether he can provide the information that I've asked the Attorney General for to this commission. Because we want to know what and to what extent action is being taken by the Sheriff's Department to investigate and discipline for violation of either one or both of those policies. Could I ask you that, Assistant Sheriff Skeen?
Yeah, go ahead and be direct and repeat the question. In terms,
pardon?
I think I know where you're going. Let me circulate here.
We just want to know whether there are active investigations.
There are active investigations. That's correct.
And that you're investigating the existence of whole subgroups, not just somebody who is engaged in misconduct that's separately disciplinable for violation. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry, sir.
No, sir. You are correct. To the tune of hundreds of interviews by Internal Affairs have been conducted to date. It should be noted that obviously when a policy comes out, and this was approximately, again, 6 to 7 months ago, late in 2024, after it went through the meet and confer process, it's very rare for to have already in less than 7 months people to be held accountable when typical investigations can go in excess of a year, particularly if it's criminal. As we know from the Peace Officers Bill of Rights, time can toll. And as a result, once the criminal investigation is completed, then we move on to the internal affairs investigation process. And due to the significant staffing crisis in the organization and also a significant increase in internal affairs investigations that take place, it is unfortunate, but sometimes we do go up to the tolling date, which is approximately a year. So to think that we would have people disciplined under this policy would be unreasonable to some degree, or any other policy that's only 7 months old, because the discipline process does have several factors to it, including the inquiry, the investigation, and then also going through the process of making the determination for the investigation.
Okay. Well, it sounds like there's some activity, but it's important that the Inspector General have visibility here into this. And let me ask you for your response, Inspector General Huntsman.
You didn't hear anything different than what I said. You asked about investigations. You didn't hear, no, it's not the case that we have a single investigation of two suspect deputies. He said they've done hundreds of interviews. It's certainly the case that over the past few years, hundreds of interviews have been done. But the information in my memo is as accurate as it can be based on what I've been told by the Sheriff's Department. I don't have any ability to independently verify it.
I think what we need, if nothing, I'm going to open up for question and comments, but if nothing else, this commission should ask Inspector General Huntsman to return, not next month, but 2 months from now, and give us a further report on his efforts to be able to inform us as to the number of investigations and number of matters in which discipline has been imposed for violation of the the law enforcement gang policy. But let me open up for questions or comments from any.
Chair, may I respond to that?
Yeah, of course.
When we do audits regarding PREA, for instance, or the monitoring in the Johnson settlements and all, the department will give a self-evaluation. So I'm happy to do what you're talking about. If the department will present to me without the gamesmanship, what investigations they're doing, what the evidence they've put together is, and make a presentation to the Inspector General privately as to how what I've described isn't accurate, and then we can verify it or falsify it. But for us to be going on this kind of game expedition when the Sheriff's Department is hiding the ball, it does not seem productive to me.
And you know exactly what we're talking about here and what the commission desires. And that is, it wants to make sure that when there is an allegation or some reason to believe that a person is part of a subgroup that is unauthorized, that's exclusionary, often has sequentially numbered tattoos and call themselves names like the executioners. And we want to make sure that not only that deputy is investigated, but all of the associations within that patrol station are investigated, because the violation is not just the misconduct or use of force. The violation is anybody that's participating, at least in a law enforcement gang, should be subject to investigation and discipline. And I'm not convinced, I'm not confident that's happening. And I particularly want the Inspector General to see if he's in a better position to answer that question 2 months from now at our July hearing.
Yes, sir.
Let me open it up for questions or comments, though, from the commission. Yes, Luis. Commissioner Garcia.
Oh, no, I didn't have a question.
Oh, your mic's on. Yep, Commissioner Giggins. Oh, well,
You go.
yeah, Commissioner Callaway.
So I was just wondering, when you said that there's hundreds of interviews that happened, are you actually saying that there's a current investigation going on right now, or because hundreds of interviews could have stopped in February?
Mr. Callaway, thank you. Very fair question. To my knowledge, those investigations are active and ongoing.
So how many investigations approximately would that mean?
Keep in mind, I don't oversee professional standards division, and as a result, I'm not saying I'm walled off from investigations, but doesn't necessarily preclude my side of the shop, so I can't stipulate how many. I've been told multiple hundreds, so I would assume that's in excess of 200 to 300.
Here's the problem, as you know, Assistant Sheriff Skeen, you could have 100 interviews and it's one investigation. I mean, so that's why it's important. And frankly, I would like perhaps at the next meeting, perhaps the representative of the Sheriff's Department, which I hope will be the sheriff himself, would be able to advise us on the number of investigations, the question that Commissioner Callaway asked.
Yeah, I can state this is more than one investigation. This isn't a singular investigation in which just hundreds have been done. The department has initiated based on allegations, has opened up multiple investigations, and so those are active and ongoing.
Excuse me, Commissioner Giggins.
This is more of a comment. I almost feel that we keep coming back to the same issue of trust and verify. It's great to hear that these investigations are going on, and I believe that they are. I believe you. I believe the department. But we have oversight with the OIG. We have the oversight with the COC, not only about this, but other issues. And that's why we're going into ordinances and AB 847, all these issues that we're doing. It's just like after 9 years of working on and seeing a lot of improvement in the last couple of years. We are gaining ground on these very critical issues, but we keep coming to that place where we're expected to trust, but we're not allowed to verify. And that is just like this is our obstacle right now. I don't have an answer for it. I know we're struggling, but I just want to make that comment that we keep coming up to the same barrier, the same wall of resistance. And it is so in everyone's interest, the department, all of the work we do, the community, that this obstacle has to be overcome. Just a comment.
A comment, not a question, unless you wanted to respond to it. Other comments or questions from the commission? Okay, I don't see any. By the way, thank you, Inspector General Huntsman. Thank you for what your office does, and thank you for assisting this commission as you often have, and we appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity. And also, as I said, if the department wants to provide any documentation to us along the point lines of what Commissioner Giggins talked about, I'd be happy to evaluate it.
Yeah. Anyway, that was this item. We're going to go to item 10, Roman 10 B now, and that's the ad hoc committee updates. I'm going to actually turn to the start with the report of the ad hoc committee regarding use of force. And let me start with it because I think it might take a little bit of our time and I want to make sure we cover it. The ad hoc committee on the use of force met 2 days ago, and a majority of the ad hoc recommends that the Oversight Commission authorize a special hearing and further to authorize the chair to issue subpoenas as needed. The core idea of a special hearing would be to look into the essentially to look into and have a presentation focused on case studies involving the unconstitutional use of force in 3 civil rights criminal cases that were prosecuted by the United States Attorney's Office and investigated by a federal grand jury and the FBI. These cases involve convictions, not just prosecutions, not just investigations, but convictions in federal district court of deputy sheriffs involved in each. Their names are, by the way, public record, but I will not name them here. But in each case, each of the deputies were convicted in 3 separate instances of unconstitutional use of force by deputy sheriffs against, in one case, Emmett Brock, who was unlawfully stopped and beaten by a deputy who has now been convicted of that offense of an unconstitutional use of force against Mr. Brock. Secondly, there's a Mr. Allegro, but he's a person that was detained in the backseat of a patrol car after criticizing deputy sheriff's interaction with some teenagers. By the way, the teenagers probably were gangbangers, I don't know, but he was simply criticizing a deputy for harassing, or what he perceived to be harassing, these teenagers. And for that, he got thrown in the back seat of a patrol car, driven around for more than a half an hour. I think he might have been assaulted as well, but in any event, he ended up being injured when the deputy, who's been convicted of using unconstitutional force in federal court, when that deputy ran into either a car or a wall. And by the way, didn't report it. Did not even report that he'd made this arrest, that he had detained this person without any lawful cause. And then the third case is Ms. Houston, who was forcibly thrown to the ground because apparently she had the audacity to videotape a deputy who was interacting with another deputy on her iPhone. Believe me, if the deputy sheriffs don't understand now that people have, first of all, in a public place, have a right to videotape, and that you cannot react by trying to seize their iPhones, there's some real problem with policy or training within the sheriff's department. And in any event, the idea of having a special hearing would be to focus on these three cases. And each will be clarified at the special hearing, as there is a public record now. Kind of record we can't get as a commission, by the way. We can't go to the sheriff's department and look at internal investigations, but there's a public record, and there's a public record of what these 3 deputies did in terms of the unconstitutional use of force, because And this is fairly rare, but the federal government actually prosecuted all three of them. Otherwise, we would not have a public record of what they did. And by the way, it illustrates our point that we're thwarted as a commission. We can't even get internal investigations. We would not be able to have this hearing, but for the fact that these three deputies that were involved in those three instances were all prosecuted and convicted in federal district court of having committed unconstitutional use of force against citizens and residents of the county. Each facts of each case will be clarified at the special hearing, as there is a public court record of each, and there will be, and that will be one of the purposes of having this special hearing. The special hearing of the commission will involve an in-depth examination of each case in a presentation being put together, as you heard earlier this morning, by Professor Sean Kennedy and a team of law students at Loyola Law School, and it will involve the full and complete video, court testimony, and potentially some witnesses. And it will focus on the commonalities of each of these three cases, because all involved unconstitutional policing, but they also involved reactions forced by deputies where none was legally justified. But that reacting to, it's not legally justified, reacting to being videotaped or an individual who's criticizing a deputy or reacting to possibly an obscene gesture in the case of the unlawful arrest and beating of Mr. Brock. What these three cases have in common is that all three involve beatings and force of what is sometimes, by the way, called, if you wanted to know what the common denominator here, it's called contempt of cop. It's called street justice being carried out by cops. You know, those days are over. In the era of constitutional policing, 21st century policing, the days where deputy sheriffs can react in anger or otherwise and use force against citizens or literally kidnap Mr. Allegro, those days are over. And we need to know why they continue. Is this a pattern? Is this a pattern we're seeing in these three cases? That's why we need to examine the three cases, because we have a court record on it. We should look at these cases and ask ourselves as an oversight commission, what do they tell us about the sheriff's department? What do they tell us about, why isn't there a clear policy that would make it clear you don't grab somebody's cell phone? I mean, that's videotaping you. My God, this is 2025. If it's not clear policy, is there a training problem here? Why aren't deputy sheriffs trained? And is there a cultural problem here? Is there a cultural problem within the sheriff's department that leads to a pattern of unconstitutional force against citizens and residents of the county? Is there a cultural problem? Is that cultural problem, is it related to the existence of deputy gangs within the sheriff's department? Is that cultural problem related to the fact that the very first assignment deputy sheriffs still get is in jail? They go to jail for several years. They go to custody. And boy, they learn how to treat people there. But a jail is a different situation than the streets. And you don't bring street justice out. And these people are being trained that it's okay to exercise street justice. Well, maybe 50 years ago, it was okay. But in the era of constitutional policing, in the era of 21st century policing, in the era of professional policing, that's what we want to see from the sheriff's department. We want to see professional policing. Now, I'm going to say, we'll have this put together, but there's one more point that just has to be made before I open this up for discussion. And that is, I know there's some sensitivity about one case that's receiving really a lot of publicity right now. In fact, that deputy is going to be sentenced next Monday in federal district court. It's getting a lot of publicity. That case is being politicized within the sheriff's department. That case involves disinformation being put out about what happened to Ms. Houston, how that case went down, why she was thrown to the ground. They're putting out disinformation. When they say they, I want to be clear who they is. They is the former sheriff, Alex Villanueva. There's a guy named Wilson who has a counter union representation organization that's not ALADS, but is, it's not the recognized bargaining unit, don't get me wrong, it's not, but they're out there, they're putting disinformation. I'll give you one point of disinformation right now. They're saying that Sheriff Luna called in the FBI to investigate the case. That's absolutely false, absolutely false. And by the way, how would I know that? Well, I still have a lot of contacts in the U.S. Attorney's Office. I know the AUSAs who prosecuted those cases. That allegation is absolutely untrue, and it's being done to smear Sheriff Luna. So there's different disinformation put out. There's information being put out. Oh, somehow there's a narrative now that somehow Miss Houston, oh, she was suspected of something and she needed to be thrown to the ground. No, he reached for his cell phone. That's why he threw her to the ground. And by the way, don't take my word for it. Come to the hearing at the end of this June. Come to the hearing because the findings of the federal court, the jury and the judge, Judge Stephen Wilson, say that that's baloney. They've rejected that, but that false information, that false narrative continues to be put out there. And that's why we have to have a public hearing and we have to throw a spotlight, not just on the first two cases, but also on the case of Ms. Houston, who, look, I'm just going to tell you something right now because I'm a short timer now, but I want to tell this commission and I want to tell the public and I want to tell the sheriff's department and all the deputy sheriffs out there, that behavior that resulted in the conviction of those 3 deputies would not be tolerated in the Los Angeles Police Department. I'm not saying it never happens, but it wouldn't be tolerated. There would be an internal investigation and somebody engaged in that conduct would be gone. And that's true of every big city police department. So why is it that the sheriff's department still has an issue with respect to what are flat out unconstitutional uses of forces against citizens? Now, maybe it's just these 3 cases, but we need to look at them and we need to consider whether they're telling us more than just these 3 cases, that there's some fundamentally lack of policy, something fundamentally wrong with training, some cultural issue where the sheriff's department deputies think they can treat people this way. Now, by the way, I want to say this. I can see Assistant Sheriff Skeen looking over me. It's not all deputies. Most of the deputies, sheriffs, and the sheriff's department, the vast majority of them are hardworking, dedicated people that risk their lives to protect their communities. But there is an element, and by the way, they're at certain patrol stations. I can name them for you. There's certain patrol stations where you don't talk back to a deputy or you're going to probably be thrown to the ground. And that's not right. And if this Oversight Commission is doing anything, it needs to come out and it needs to expose this, a spotlight on it at a public hearing, and then we need to do something about it, make a change. And we'll work with Sheriff Luna to do that because I think he wants to make these changes, but he needs to know this cannot be tolerated within the sheriff's department. Not if you want a professional policing organization. That's unprofessional policing, certainly in all 3 cases. And I know Assistant Sheriff, well, I'm not going to put him in the spot, but I don't think he would argue that point with me too vigorously. But I can almost see you want to respond, so I'm done. By the way, there's going to be I should say, there'll be a motion. There's a motion. I'll make the motion that we have a special hearing of this commission, which will have a presentation that will be put together for us by former Commissioner Kennedy, and he will be assisted by law students. We'll have it will be audio visual. It's going to use the court records. We'll have to decide through the ad hoc use of force committee if we want to call witnesses and who they would be. There's still some shaping of this that needs to be done through the ad hoc use of force committee. But that's why we need to do this, and I hope we will. And there's a motion that we have that special hearing and that the chair be authorized to issue what subpoenas are necessary to get witnesses that we deem necessary to attend. I almost want to turn it over to you before I open it up for questions because I can see you want to respond in some way. So Assistant Sheriff Skeen, tell me where I'm wrong here.
In some ways, I'm not even going to argue with you. In other ways, I will. Arguably, in today's generation, I think we're seeing one of the greatest generations of law enforcement officers that we've had in 175 years. And in other ways, we fall short significantly. And you brought up a couple of instances, and there are more than that, arguably. The department hears what we refer to as case review. These are administrative cases of significant discipline on a monthly basis, and there are very few months that we go where we don't have a discharge. The department has extremely high standards. It expects a professional organization. Its policies reflect that in many ways. I think you've seen this department go through a fair amounts of oversight, both at the federal and state level, in which progress is being noted. We have federal monitors that are visiting us next week in the Antelope Valley. You can refer to them, ask them yourselves. Trust but verify. I believe in that as well. Don't hesitate in that fashion. At the same time, we know we have efforts that we need to make and strides that have to be performed. And when I say we're witnessing some of the greatest generation of sacrifice that we're seeing is we have folks that are working in some ways hours that I could never imagine have doing myself. It is not easy in the profession. I didn't have a body worn camera. I didn't have policies that if you were to print them out, I'm 6'1", you print those things out double-sided and those policies go above my head. The knowledge that a deputy sheriff has to have today versus 20, 30 years ago when I came on the organization are much different. They are held to a standard that does not allow for too many imperfections. In that case, we do look at our training and we are continuously investing in that. We are putting our words with our mouth, with our money in the right places. The sheriff has, in fact, invested in many areas that show that we are progressing in many forms. We don't want our people to lose their jobs. We don't want them facing a trial. That is a failure in part of the organization when that happens. At the same time, we do believe in levels of accountability, and we appreciate the fact that the department has oversight. We wish we didn't have it, but at the same time, there are things that have happened over the decades that have led us to this place. We understand that and willing to make those steps to advance the organization for the greater good of future generations in the organization. So thank you for allowing me to comment.
Yeah, thank you for that. Well, let me open it up. First of all, there's the motion is to authorize a special hearing into the 3 cases with the giving the chair authority to issue subpoenas as needed. Of course, those subpoenas will be ratified by the full commission if we do need them. But let's open up for discussion or comment.
So I would like to comment on, I think that we need a special hearing, but I think that we need to.
Discussion.
Second.
Thank you. All right.
I just think that we need to make sure that we don't lock ourselves into specific things before discussing it with the actual ad hoc committee. So I'm very okay with the special hearing, but I don't know anything, and obviously I trust Sean in making good decisions, but I think that we need to review the cases to make sure that it is anchored in the actual things that we want to come out with this special hearing. And for me, I'm still not clear on what we're trying to do.
Well, I think I've tried to be as clear as possible that there may be some commonalities here, but nonetheless, I agree with you that we have an ad hoc committee on use of force. We were about ready to dissolve it. Obviously, we can't do that. Sean Kennedy actually was the chair of that ad hoc. But the ad hoc will have to give guidance and overview to the shape of the hearing, what the witnesses would be. Sean Kennedy will come to the ad hoc, by the way, and he'll give an overview. Obviously, I don't think he's going to give the full presentation, but an overview of each case and how it would be presented, and to make sure that it is factual. It's based on findings that were made in federal court and all of that. So I'll assure you of that, Mr. Callaway, that this will be the shape and how this finally comes out will require at least one, if not more than one meeting of the ad hoc committee with Sean Kennedy, who is preparing the presentation. Anyone else? Commissioner Harris.
I will just echo Commissioner Callaway's concerns. These 3 cases that we're looking at, they do have commonality in that we have 4 different deputy sheriffs involved in 3 separate incidents that all resulted in federal prosecutions and convictions. but there are a lot of nuances in all of these that they aren't exactly the same, but they all are worthy, I think, of review. I think there's some facts here that are not in evidence when it comes to assertions that the department did not conduct a review of the circumstances prior to the federal government becoming involved. I think in the one instance, that is just flat not true. And in one of the other ones, we frankly don't know. And I think if nothing else, this hearing will point out the importance of 3.79 being modified so this commission can be afforded the ability to look at confidential information from the department specifically so we could review use of force packages, even complaint packages, anything the department does, but specifically use of force packages early on so we could see whether or not they were adequately investigated or not. And right now, we cannot do that. That is the weakness of this commission. So if these hearings will further our ability to convince the Board of Supervisors and our friends in the California State Legislature that we need these additional tools so that we can better do our jobs of oversight, then I say, let's go forward with the hearings. But I do echo Commissioner Callaway's comments that we still need to do some refining of exactly what our goals are, and that all three of these cases, although there are similarities between all of them, they are not all identical, as no two cases would ever be in the Sheriff's Department. Every situation is unique. So those are my comments.
Other questions or comments or? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we have a special hearing. And by the way, that the Use of Force Ad Hoc Committee, on which Commissioner Callaway and Commissioner Harris are on that committee along with me. I don't know that we've formally replaced Sean Kennedy on it yet, but he's not on it. But we want to invite him. He'll be part of the process here. So, but the preparation for that hearing will involve the active involvement of the ad hoc committee. But motion's been moved and seconded. I think we could do a voice vote on this, but do you want to do a roll call vote? Voice vote, okay. So all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair's an aye. Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Okay, so we'll have a special hearing, and we're going to shoot for the date, by the way, which is is it June 26th? It's a week after our regular meeting, I believe. I believe it's on June 26th. And I'll ask.
I hope we don't shoot for that date too hard because I'm unavailable that day.
Well, you know, sometimes people are unavailable.
And that's correct. I'm just putting you on notice.
You will be available for the ad hoc committees because we're going to start those probably next week.
Yes.
Okay. So I just want the executive director to do what you can to get us this hearing room for the special hearing. And if we can't get it, then I'll try to impose on Professor Kennedy to make Robinson Auditorium and the moot court down there available. But I would prefer, now that he's not a commissioner, we should probably try not to impose on him too much. Okay, so now let's go to the other ad hoc committees, and I think those will go along a little more quickly here. We have the Budget Ad Hoc Committee that's chaired by Commissioner Harris. And basically, I think you've completed your work on the FY 2024-25, and we might need to actually sort of dissolve that one by motion and then.
I could make such a motion right now.
We'll have a.
Because you are correct.
Yeah. But do you want to comment on that?
No, I don't have a report to make because the work of that ad hoc committee had been completed for this year. And I think it would be appropriate to dissolve that ad hoc. It may be reinstituted later on for the next budget cycle. Correct.
Okay, so I'll make that.
I made the motion.
That's a motion. I'll second the motion. If there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair's an aye. All those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Okay, so it's unanimous. The next is the interview panel for the vacancy on the commission. I know the executive director reported on that. Maybe you've already covered it, But basically, there's nothing for the interview panel to do yet because we're still taking applications for the vacancy on this Oversight Commission, and that would be the vacancy that was created when Sean Kennedy resigned. But anything further to add to that one, or is that, can we move on?
We can move on, Chair
Okay.
Bonner.
So the next is the Complaints Ad Hoc Committee, and Arthur, or perhaps JP, but Arthur, maybe give us an update regarding there was a virtual mini conference that's occurred since the last hearing, but give us an update from the Complaints Ad Hoc Committee.
So on April 24th, we did a virtual mini conference where we had subject matter experts from the Sheriff Department to come in and discuss the actual complaint and commendation process. Who can submit one, how the complaints can be made, types of complaints, and to actually describe the workflow of the process. 60 individuals were in attendance. More than 60 individuals are in attendance, and then the video has been watched about 120 times. And I'll turn it over to Commissioner Harris for any additional comments.
No, you've captured it perfectly. We still have more work to do on that committee, but I think we've got a good basis to move forward, and we may have some good recommendations. We're not ready to make them yet, but I appreciate all the work Commissioner Callaway's done on this thing and bringing it forward. And I think we have a lot of good work to do in the future.
So just to end, we are trying to do our best in really reviewing this process, analyzing this process to then be able to bring some recommendations. And the recommendations will be for the entire process to include COC's complaint process and OIG's portion as a stakeholder in the process so that we can understand, the whole basic life cycle of when a complaint is born and when a complaint is resolved.
But will there be a key emphasis on the complaints process for people that, these are personnel complaints by citizens or residents who go into the Sheriff's Department and make a complaint? I mean, that's, to me, is the really critical thing that we need to make some recommendations on. And I want to make sure that that's at least a significant focus of your.
100%. The focus is on how to even get a complaint officially looked at.
Yeah.
That has been in our last mini conference. It was very evident that there are a lot of barriers in order to actually get an official service comment report number from the watch commander. So we are definitely going to be looking into that. That is 100%. The only way that we'd even get to analyze how a complaint is reviewed is by understanding, are all the complaints actually being documented in the first place and how they're being triaged.
Okay, that's good. And we look forward to the work of that ad hoc committee and ultimately to a report and recommendation to the full commission. So the Deputy Gangs Ad Hoc Committee, there's nothing beyond to report there beyond the discussion we just had on recommendation number 19. And we've asked the IG to follow up on that at our July meeting. The Governance Ad Hoc, I'll brief report, the Governance Ad Hoc Committee has been actively engaged with the Executive Director on educating justice deputies and whoever we can educate regarding the Commission's proposed revisions to 3.79 of the County Code. Bless you. The next ad hoc committee to report would be the Jail Conditions and Staffing Ad Hoc Committee. Commissioner Cooper, I think you're the lead for that. Is there anything to report?
Yeah, I first want to update. First, I want to update from the report that I recommended last month when it related to the PREA report. Because when I went back and double checked why we were meeting, it was at the request of the Board of Supervisors to examine the PREA compliance. And we actually completed that by submitting our final report to the Board of Supervisors. So the fact that we have served the purpose of why that committee was created, I feel that we should go ahead and dissolve that committee. but it's important to me because this issue continues. And we also have the IG monitoring PREA when they go in and do their inspections. And we also have been working with Silver Brand Commission when they go out and do their inspections. They give a report that also covers PREA. So I don't feel we need to be duplicating all these services. We will coordinate and work with those other two, the agency, the IG and Silver Brand.
So is
to
that
monitor
a motion to
Yes.
dissolve the PREA ad hoc? Okay, I'll second the motion. Let me just say, by the way, these ad hoc committees they're not permanent. And so once they've served their goals, it is appropriate for us to dissolve them. That does not mean that this commission is not interested in PREA compliance. We're seriously interested in that issue. And frankly, the commission itself, through the executive director and his staff, is going to continue to monitor compliance. And we may at some point need to have another ad hoc committee look at a specific issue if there's there's been a tremendous delay in PREA compliance, and some of it's understandable and some of it, frankly, I don't think is. But in any event, just want to make that. So it's moved and seconded. Let me just get rid of that issue for a moment, not get rid of the PREA ad hoc. I'm sorry. It's been moved and seconded. I think I could just take a voice vote on that. All those in favor of dissolving the PREA ad hoc committee signify by saying aye.
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 There's an aye. Those opposed, no. No, it's okay. Any abstentions? It's unanimous. Thank you. Now.
No,
you were gonna
I'm not
report on
finished.
something else
Yes.
too, so.
Yes, I want to give an update. We had on the jails condition and staffing commission, ad hoc committee. We had a meeting on May 12th. And during the meeting, we had representatives from LASD and the Civil Brand Commission. From LASD, we had Commander Montoya and Manager Zapata were available to speak on the county jail system standards of care and security. LASD representatives briefed us on cleanliness and upkeep within the custody environments and advised that the transparency section of their public website is being updated with additional custody facility inspection reports. Chair Broder from the Silver Brand was also able to give a presentation about facility concerns based on the inspections that they make. She highlighted concerns about maintenance and cleanliness. She also mentioned that during her inspection on March the 11th, several inmates at the Men's Central Jail reported retaliation, Viva not being able to shower and that the water was being turned off. And this was in retaliation to what happened during the March 9th incident when 4 deputies were injured. Our ad hoc committee will continue to research county jail standards of care and security. During that ad hoc meeting, we did not have representatives from the medical department because we were also concerned about the medical care given to inmates. And we also knew that there was a hepatitis outbreak, and I wanted more details about how that was being taken care of and what methods were being enacted to prevent further outbreaks. So we will continue to monitor. So if there's any questions, Chair Bonner, that ends my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooper, for that report. Are there any questions of Commissioner Cooper with respect to the report on the jail condition and staffing ad hoc? Okay, apparently there are none. So we can move on to the next one is the nominating ad hoc committee. Yeah, boy, you chair all our ad hoc committees,
Not quite all.
Irma. I mean,
Pretty good. Professional chair.
yeah, right. Okay, so but I have you down here. Apparently, there's a slate of candidates for the commission offices that's been put together.
We do have a slate of candidates that are interested. We have a couple positions that are open. One of the positions is for chair. We have two people. We have Chair Bonner, the incumbent, and then we have Hans Johnson, who is not here today. He's out of town. And then we have candidates for the vice chair. We have Luis Garcia, who is the incumbent. And then we have Arthur Callaway. So that's our slate. And if there is anyone of the commissioners that would like to jump in, you have a right to jump in and put your name in for each one of these positions, the chair or the vice chair.
How long does the other commissioners, how long do they have to do that? I mean, don't they have to do it before our June meeting?
It would be all the way up until they nominate themselves from the floor. I mean, when we do the actual vote,
Well, will the vote be at the June meeting or the July meeting?
I thought that it was the July meeting.
The elections will take place at the July meeting.
Okay, so, okay, thanks for that clarification. So literally up till the July meeting, but I'll just say it would be desirable for the sake of order. By the way, join the fray here, but it would be desirable to kind of have somebody, if there's somebody else that wants to step forward for the chair's position or any of the vice chair's positions, it would be desirable if maybe they could do that a little earlier than the day before our July meeting.
Right. A little competition is good.
Yeah, yes, Patty. Yeah.
We have two vice chairs, am I correct?
Yes, two vice chairs.
Currently, so there's be one position.
No,
Oh, no, it's for both.
we have two vice chairs.
So we have two vice chairs that are up for election. Got it.
So the effect is they're uncontested.
Got it.
The only contest here, I'm sure it'll be interesting, is for the chair's position. Okay. All right.
So
do
hearing
we
none.
need a motion for the slate of candidates? By the way, where's my parliamentarian here?
I believe so.
No, we have the slate of candidates. Anything else to
We're
report?
not supporting anybody. So we don't.
Well, there's one more thing. At the June meeting, we will have each of the candidates speak as to why they want the position and whether or not they are committed to continue into the position for their full term and what changes they expect to make to offer the commission as well as the public. So we will do that at the June meeting.
Okay.
Another question. I was under the impression, because I know I served as chair in the past, that the chair, it was a 2-year term. Am I incorrect in that?
What? Patty, it's up to 2 years consecutively, but the way the charter, or 3.79 is written, the chair can serve one full 1-year term and then can serve a second full 1-year term. And then they cannot serve beyond that consecutively. So it isn't a 2-year term. It's a 1-year term, but it can be renewed for 1 year.
You could jump back in. You're good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, Patty. Yes. Yes. No, you're eligible because it wouldn't be consecutive. Think about it. Okay.
Okay, that ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so we have a slate and I'll prepare my campaign statement. I'll start now. Yeah, right. Okay, so the next ad hoc is the quality of life ad hoc, and we've had the report on that. Is there anything else you wanted to present from the quality of life ad hoc, Luis, Commissioner Garcia?
No, nothing else to
Okay.
present.
Then we have the tech ad hoc, and the lead of that is Hans Johnson, and he's not here. Is there somebody on the tech ad hoc that could give us a report?
Yeah, I'll just give you a
Okay,
quick
Commissioner
update.
Harris.
Since I was at the demonstration, we were able to have a demonstration of the aerial platforms, various aerial platforms the Sheriff's Department uses, and a very robust discussion and demonstration over at their Special Enforcement Bureau last week. I have to say, I will just speak on behalf of everyone. I think everyone that was there, they were very, very impressed. It clearly has changed markedly since we first took this up probably 8 years ago. It is not the same program at all, although many of the policies that we recommended they adopt are still in place. And there are a few bumps in the road, but quite frankly, given the pressures on the program, I think everyone was very, very impressed and confident. We will be making some recommendations going forward. We made some recommendations verbally that day that I think caused the captain to kind of scratch his head and go, let me think about that. So, but it was a very positive presentation. So we really want to, and we have already, and I appreciate the fact you put out a thank you to the captain, because it was very, very well deserved, and make sure that that is communicated to all the people at the Special Enforcement Bureau, how much we appreciate everything they did that day. It was an excellent presentation. Yeah, the question was, did they speak about how many lives can be saved? They didn't go into any specific numbers, but it's pretty evident from what they are doing and what other municipalities have experienced using these programs, that is always a possibility. I mean, they can't say right now how many have been or would have been, but I think it's pretty clear that with the advancements in technology and the changing in our society, how people view these things, I think it would be unreasonable to think there wouldn't be lives saved or haven't been lives saved by the use of the drones.
Yeah, I just wanted to also comment on the demonstration and appreciate the presentation, the demonstration by SEB, and the opportunity to ask questions and understand, the operational use and how, the care for public safety is, as a layperson, going into that environment and hearing, like, for example, one of the questions that was asked by Commissioner Johnson with regards to the Spot, the robot dog, and that it was used for like observational purposes as opposed to like a deterrent when it goes into the different settings, environments. So I think really appreciate as an oversight commissioner to be able to understand these things at a layperson level in these training opportunities or demonstrations as well. Thank you.
So we finished with the tech. Okay, we finished with the ad hoc committee reports. And I think it would be appropriate to take public comment, both with respect to any public comment there are on agenda item 10, which is included the Inspector General's report, and it included the reports of all the ad hoc committees. And I think maybe, do we have just specifically for that, or all the rest of the comments, just general public comment? Ms. Jordan.
I have a total of 5 comments on this item.
Okay, and how many general public comments do we have?
Currently, we have 3 general public comments.
All right, I think, well, we're in pretty good shape. By the way, I skipped over item 6 on the agenda, and that was essentially a motion we made last meeting to dissolve the use of force ad hoc committee. But of course, we can't dissolve the use of force ad hoc committee because it's going to be engaged in putting together the special hearing. So that motion is tabled. there's a motion to create a force reduction ad hoc committee that, you weren't here for the meeting, but a force reduction ad hoc committee. I think I'll just put that over to the next hearing before we vote on it, unless somebody wants to actually make a motion. And, well, we already moved and seconded, I guess, and it's had public discussion. Let me just ask, do we want to go ahead and create an additional force reduction ad hoc committee with those specific objectives? If you remember what they are, they are the two specific objectives. One, to see if we can't devise ways to reduce the number of incidents of use of lethal force by the sheriff's department. And secondly, to examine why there doesn't seem to be a discipline for head strikes in the jail. I'm happy to create it now, but I'm also happy to move it over because the use of force committee is not being dissolved yet. Yes.
Yeah, my feeling is those two things should be incorporated into the use of force committee. And then we can make sure that they are specifically tasked with those two items, unless you think that's too much.
I do, because the conceptual problem here is we have to have specific purposes for these ad hocs. The use of force is just a catch-all title. It had a specific purpose, which has been largely achieved. What was its purpose? It was to get the sheriff's department to adopt a set of new policies with respect to use of force. We recommended that this was the use of force committee. In 2020, we recommended, what did we recommend? We recommended that there be a policy of de-escalation. We recommended that there be a policy of required intervention by another deputy if excessive use of force was being applied. We made a third recommendation. By the way, the nice thing is nothing happened to those, but we kept after them. And frankly, we have a new sheriff who in 2024 last year adopted all of our recommendations. So it's done, but we still have this one tidbit now, the special hearing. But I would say at this point, let me just suggest that we defer creating a separate new force committee, go with the use of force committee, and then we'll decide maybe at the next meeting whether we need something separate like a force reduction that's more focused on the two issues that we discussed at the last meeting. Does that sound okay to everybody? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll strike both of you. Okay, so that takes us to, I think, public comment with respect to now the item 10A, Roman 10A and B, which are the ad hoc committee reports and the IG's report. Could you call public comment? Thank you, Ms. Jordan.
Yes, Chair Bonner. First public comment, we'll call Raquel Derfler to the podium. And next we have Tramiel Carter, if you would stand in line. And if we could then move to online comments from there.
We good?
Go ahead.
Okay. Just to share with you, Chair Bonner, you had a question like what's going on with training. So the Training Bureau actually participated in the boycott of the Baker to Vegas run in support of Kirk. So you might want to look there as what's problem with training. But now moving on to share with you all an incident that occurred April 25th. It was actually in the same shopping center where Cancel the Contracts offices are located. So Palmdale deputies were responding to a call of an individual in a rental car they had not paid for. So they roll up 5 or 6 deep, but come out with their guns pointed at the occupants of the vehicle, which happened to be a family of 3, including a 12-year-old girl. So we have audio of the father yelling, "She's 12." They proceeded to obviously separate the parents. They had the mother in a backseat detention. She was unable to be near her daughter, who they had stand in front of a patrol car. No one attempted to comfort the young lady who was standing there confused. The incident was, I guess, then done. They were taking the father in. They let the mother go. I witnessed this all. And the only way I can describe it is they let the mother and the daughter go like they were letting a dog off the leash. Like, there you go. Just move on. You're traumatized for the rest of your life after we pointed guns at you when you did nothing. Also, please note that the parking lot was very full of people. And so I have copies here of the current use of force policy when it comes to pointing a firearm at folks. It just seems like that's just the given in Palmdale and Lancaster. They just point guns at people. As you know, last year I was here last month talking about the 70 and 80-year-old who had firearms pointed at them. So thank you.
Thank you. Tramel Carter.
Excuse me. What date did this incident occur?
April 25th, we had a meeting scheduled with the Palmdale captains that they had to reschedule because it was Captain Barden who was unavailable. Also, Captain Barden let us know when we came to talk to them about pointing the guns at the 70, 80-year-old, and we were saying, like, you know, are reports being filed, as in, like, how did you try to de-escalate per the new use of force policy? Captain Barton let me know that the use of force policy at that time was not in effect because not everyone had been trained. I asked, like, where can we find out, like, when is the training going to be completed? He was supposed to give me the contact of someone at the training bureau. He never did that.
But the incident was April 25th of this year?
Yes.
Okay, and the other question, was it the same Winco parking lot?
It was a Vallarta parking lot.
Okay.
They had the bad luck of it being in where our offices were.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Next.
One last question. Is that both of those incidents have a service comment report number? Did the watch commander report none, or did you only schedule a meeting?
We had a meeting, and it's my understanding when we talked about them pointing the gun at Mr. Ron and his friend, they had taken that down. I can look through my emails and see. I want to say that I did receive something back that told me it was within policy. I have to go look at and back in my office because I was sent something.
Yeah,
But
I will, if you have the SER numbers.
I can forward you
Yeah.
those numbers. Yeah.
Good. All right, who's next?
Tramel Carter. Please take the podium.
Mr. Sital? Mr. Sital? Hi, I'm sorry. He's a great guy there. Had an interview with him. In reference to seeing Mr. Sital, October 16th, I'm here back and trying to get answers regarding my matter from October 16th when I was incarcerated in jail and labeled as schizophrenic, placed in a room with no clothes, told to be stripped while I was video recorded. And each time I had to go to the restroom, I just had to find a way to not go because I didn't want to either smell on myself or just make the situation worse. I reported this, and the employee is still working. The nurse is still working at LA County Jail. Many Black people were in the area that I were, and they were not mental. And this is very, very alarming. I don't understand why County Council has not taken action. County Council can take more action than the actual board members, at least to launch an investigation. So I find that when certain groups of people are reporting things, it's not being taken in a serious manner. To still have no investigation. I've come up here since October 16th. The person is still working at LA County Jail. I contacted the Inspector General, and when I told the Inspector General's office to forward this matter to the board because it's not being looked at, they said, "Oh, that's all we can do. We just take complaints." So I'm also requesting that the board, when they speak about hiring new people, to also implement applications for a new Inspector General or just look into it. But why is it that the other board members have restrictions, but the Inspector General doesn't? So I think everyone should have restrictions on their time lots of being a part of the board. And when I brought this up to the court, what happened to me? They sent me on a court doctor's appointment to go speak to someone. Are you okay? So that's how I was able to meet the nice guy, Mr. Dr. Sital, and I spoke with him. He handled himself in a very professional manner, and he turned his report into the court. Then after that,
10 seconds.
Then after that, they sent me out on a doubt hearing because they didn't think that the information and facts that I have of the report where I'm placed in a cell in a
Thank
mental
you.
ward and I'm not psychotic. So I don't understand why
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
why you guys aren't doing more. And I reported here since October.
Thank you.
You guys have done nothing.
We will now go to
Next.
online
Thank you.
public comments. We will turn to Cindy Nunez. Cindy Nunez, you have been unmuted. Cindy Nunez, you have been unmuted.
Hi, my name is Cindy Nunez. Losing a loved one is already one of the hardest things a family member can endure. Since Francisco's death, I've not only been denied answers, But as we all know, I've been targeted by the same group of deputies from the Lancaster station. They surveillance my home daily. This is not just harassment, this is retaliation. And it's happening under this color of law. It's like they're sending me personally a message to stay silent. These deputies continue to operate like a criminal organization just with badges. They wear uniforms paid by taxpayers. They use public resources and they shield their violence behind a system that's too often looks the other way. These gangs don't just destroy lives, they mock justice. And when families like mine speak up, they try to silence us through fear. What's happening in LASD is not just misconduct, it's a systemic abuse. These deputy gangs are exploiting their power behind official authority and acting with impunity. This is exactly what under the color of law means. When when these sworn to protect use their badges to intimidate and retaliate and kill without consequence, that's our problem. This commission needs to confront this crisis with urgency. It demands independent investigations, public transparency, immediate removal of these gang affiliated deputies that are roaming the streets of Lancaster, protection for families like mine that are being retaliated. My brother Francisco deserved justice, not a death sentence. My children deserve safety, not surveillance. No family should have to fear law enforcement after losing a loved one. And if we're understaffed out here in Lancaster, how are they making the time to surveillance me? I'm not a criminal. I'm also a county employee being retaliated by my very own coworkers. This is an issue. These deputy gangs under the color of law are a threat to every resident
Seconds.
here in LA County. And if this commission does not take bold public action, then the system is failing all of us. We deserve better.
Thank you. Public comment is from Deanna Brock. Deanna, you have been unmuted.
Hi, Deanna Brock, mother of Emmett Brock. I want to thank the commission for your dedication in still trying to get the subpoena for my son's case, as well as the other two cases regarding the use of excessive force. I'm very pleased to hear that you're going to be holding a special meeting looking deeper into these things. I do think these excessive force issues are continuing within the sheriff's department, and we need to get to a point where we're not dealing with this anymore. I also want to tell you that I'm very disturbed about the case with Trevor Kirk, that he was found guilty of a felony by a jury of the use of excessive force, and now he's been offered a plea deal by the new U.S. attorney in Los Angeles. We've had 3 assistant U.S. attorneys resign because of this. I mean, what a slap in the face to our justice system. All the work that they did, all the hours they put in, and a jury. I mean, usually people are thrilled to have to do jury duty, and here you do it, and now it's just thrown away. So he's been offered a plea deal to go down to be downgraded to a misdemeanor. And what's really disturbing is if it goes down to a misdemeanor, he could actually be allowed to still work as a law enforcement officer. So I think what we've got to show that this is not okay. We're not going to accept a U.S. attorney coming in and just disregarding everything that the U.S. Assistant U.S. attorneys did and what the jury found. And that's it.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to our next public comment from Henry Marini. You have been unmuted. Henry?
Marini at filmthepoliceusa.com. I'm calling because I wanted to first address a couple of things. Firstly, the comment made by the sitting president. I actually wanted to back up a claim you made. There are a large number of cases that do go completely unannounced due to extreme violence. It is a gang. That is what LASD entirely is in its entirety. The vast majority of deputies are absolutely terrified. Not that they're good, but they're absolutely terrified to come forward. And it's because they fear that their families will be violently hurt, just like we see international criminal gangs do onto innocent civilians. That is literally what LASD did. Those 3 cases are not isolated whatsoever. It 100% is a giant RICO conspiracy. There should be some sort of amicus brief or an affidavit or a statement of support in trying LASD for RICO charges, because it's exactly what it is. And I'll give you a perfect example of this utter disdain for accountability. Sheriff, I caught you earlier literally saying that you wish there was no existence of accountability and oversight commission. That's your words, bro. I clipped it. I have it on my channel, and it shows the utter hatred you have for people, for transparency, for accountability. Utterly disgusting and shameful. I have a CPRA that's been held up for a wrongful death where the person died over 20 years ago, and the LASD won't release the damn simple incident report for the police report, let alone a redacted copy of the police report, and give all sorts of cockamamie
10
exemptions that
seconds.
literally have nothing to do with the CPRA at hand. That's what LASD is, a giant criminal gang. Try them for RICO, and shame on the U.S. attorney for
Thank you.
not prosecuting.
Next public comment, we have Paloma Serna. Paloma, you have been unmuted.
Saving Lives in Custody, California, and North County Equity and Justice Coalition. I'm also a grieving mother. My daughter, Elisa Serna, died inside the San Diego County Jail after deputies and medical staff ignored her repeated cries for help. They left her on the floor of her cell untreated until she died. I carry that pain every single day. I'm here to stand with families in LA and all across California who have lost loved ones in the sheriff-run jails. In custody deaths continues to happen at alarming rates, and instead of answers, families are met with silence, cover-ups, and delays. We are told our loved ones didn't matter, but they did, and they still do. That's why this commission matters. But to truly protect people, you need the power to act. Oversight has to mean more than just reviewing paperwork. It needs to mean access to full records, the authority to question everyone involved, and the ability to hold deputy, medical staff, and contractors accountable when they harm or kill someone in custody. I also want to speak directly to critical issues in this county. First, deputy gang. These violent, racist cliques have no place in law enforcement. They endanger both incarcerated people and other deputies and the communities. I urge you to continue rooting them out completely. No more turning a blind eye. Second, we must close Men's Central Jail. That building is falling apart. It's full of suffering, abuse, and neglect. It's beyond reform. It must be shut down and for all, and not replaced with another jail. Our community needs care, not cages. Please keep fighting for justice, keep pushing for truth, and keep listening to the families, because we're not going anywhere. We will keep showing up, demanding change, and fighting
10
to make
seconds.
sure that no other mother has to bury the child. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Bonner, I return it to you.
Yeah,
No
thank
further.
you, Ms. Jordan. And let me say, the last item is to review upcoming meetings, and let me do that. First of all, on May 21, which is next week, there'll be the second Justice Deputy Public Cluster meeting on the Commission's proposed revisions to the County Code 3.79, with Sheriff Luna presenting his views on our revisions. Second, on June 19th, strike that. The next date I want to put in everyone's mind is June 26, 2025. That's the next regular monthly commission meeting of the Oversight Commission, and it will be held at St. Anne's. There is going to be a special hearing. I was proposing that for June 19th, but I'm told that that is a holiday. So we'll be shooting for having our special hearing on June 18th, Wednesday, June 18th, subject to Commissioner Kennedy's availability. But we'll firm that up by a notice. And we're also going to see if we can't secure this hearing room here at the Hall of Records for that special hearing. But tentatively, that'll be set for June 18th, about a month from now. We're also hopeful that on June 10th, 2025, the Board of Supervisors will take up the commission's proposed revisions to 3.79. So with those announcements in mind, and hope everybody made good notes on them, if there's nothing further, I believe we could adjourn this meeting. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was general public comment.
That was the comments.
Let's
on-
call the general public comment then.
That is correct.
No, just a moment. I need to get through general public comment. So let's do that.
Okay, Chair Bonner, we have two individuals
Okay.
that signed up for general public comments. Our first one is Raquel Durfler, and if we could get Tramel Carter to stand in line behind her next. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually going to read to you something that was shared with us from a community member that you need to hear, the commission. On Wednesday, May 8th, between 4 and 5 p.m., I went to return my car at Enterprise Rental on the corner of 10th Street West and Avenue K. While in line, a young African-American male came in with his hand bleeding. He ran into the employee bathroom. The manager looked at me and asked what happened. I told him, I don't know. Someone just ran into your bathroom with their hand bleeding. Another customer said, here come the sheriffs. The manager went to the door and opened the door and said, he's in the bathroom. They came into the Enterprise rental car office with their guns drawn and pointed with the lobby full of customers and proceeded to make their way to the employee bathroom. Not long after these sheriffs came in, approximately 4 more sheriffs came into the facility, followed by an EMT vehicle. They dragged the young man out of the bathroom, they took him into the employee break room, and they had him on the floor and held him down until the EMTs made their way into the back of the room. In the lobby with me, there was a pregnant woman, and standing in the doorway was a young African-American male child, approximately 10 years old, when the second set of sheriffs came in. They ran forcefully past that young child that was standing in the doorway. There was no concern for the safety of the bystanders that were there in the lobby. They only cared about getting to the man who had no weapon in his hand because he was holding his hand that was cut. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carter.
Yes, I'm back here to reiterate the same things I've been asking since October 16th, and I noticed not one person on the panel asked me any questions about my matter the way other people have been asked about their matter. And since October 16th, my matter has not been addressed by this appointed panel that the Board of Supervisors and taxpayers allot to be paid to look into these matters. So again, since no one has been responding to me, I feel I should reiterate it. October 16th, LA County Jail, I was labeled as schizophrenic, and I am not schizophrenic. And I was not able to use the bathroom. I was not able to use toilet tissue or a telephone because I'm told I am schizophrenic. Moving forward, the Inspector General's office, when I mentioned this to them, told me, oh, well, all we do is take complaints. I asked, can this be forwarded to the board for further review? I was told no. So I don't understand how I keep reporting this and you still have the same person as this Inspector General working for an agency that's not properly forwarding things that are really important on certain type of levels. It should be levels of a complaint being forwarded on to the next committee if the division sheriff department is not properly responding to things. This is October, it's going to be another year and the person is still working there. And county council, they just come and look at everyone every day. They have more control to at least suspend the person pending an investigation or do anything. County council has done nothing. So we just come here every week and just say we're going to implement things and everyone comments and leave. At what point will the board, I asked the board last time I was here to put my matter as an agenda. You can use my example as a complaint form to see how it's being followed. If you're so interested in complaint forms, I'm an example of it. I told you guys in October, you could have been tracking this. You got, what tracking information have the panel done for me since I reported this? I would like to know.
Can I answer?
Sure. I mean,
I didn't comment before because I was going to come up to you after to actually tell you what's going on.
All right.
We received your information from OIG. There were like 19 attachments. This weekend, I spent probably 4 hours reviewing all of those attachments.
Appreciate that.
And then actually looking at the manual for grievances in custody, and then also chapter 4, which is the complaint process for out of it. So we are looking at it. We're very sorry about, it's a cruise ship. It takes a long time sometimes, but we are literally using a couple different examples to actually try our best to refine and revise this complaint process so that we can actually move something to get it reviewed. And I would like to end saying there is no guarantee of anything happening to anyone, but there will be eyes on your incident, and to make sure, because there was a lot of incidents that you were reporting, and we have to just untangle the spaghetti so that we can have direct lines for each incident to see where it should have went and where in the process that we might need to restart.
I understand that, and I thank you for actually being the one to look into that. But as of right now, the most pertinent complaint since October 16th, it's affecting other people's lives. So if there's an investigation that may take a year into my matter, I understand that the board can't make people do anything, but to start and to initiate something for someone to look at is another thing. So from October 16th to now, a person labeling certain groups of people like myself as schizophrenic with no toilet tissue, no phone or anything, and he's still working there, I think that something is flawed. When someone reports something like this, there should be a different chronological way. Someone should be pulled out and an immediate investigation be done. Otherwise, the panel, so if a female goes to jail and says, I'm being raped every night, the panel would say, oh, just go file a complaint, we'll look into it. That's very alarming to me.
Mr. Carter, thank you. We're past 1 o'clock. I
No worries.
bring this meeting to a close, and I have County Counsel, Deputy County Counsel, Mr. Diaz, who wants to do an intervention. Yes, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you, Judge Bonner. Just very quickly, going back to agenda item number 9. This is Commissioner Garcia's motion with his report and several recommendations that I believe you wanted to table. I don't think a vote was ever taken on that. So what I recommend at this time is that a motion be made to postpone his motion indefinitely, and for the commission to vote on it. And then at a later meeting, when Commissioner Garcia is ready, he can re-raise that motion.
Why would we postpone this indefinitely? We actually want him to revise the recommendations and present them at the next meeting. Why would we postpone it indefinitely?
Then would be a motion to postpone until the next meeting. I didn't hear the part that that he was to come back at the next meeting.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll move we table that particular item to the next regularly scheduled meeting of the COC.
All right. Well, I'll second that. Any
Voice vote.
discussion? Right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair is an aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, no, and no abstentions. Okay, it's been a good meeting. Thanks everybody for attending and participating. If there's nothing further, this hearing of the Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission now stands adjourned.